Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, June the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. And broken record time, AMC. Again, that led the list yesterday. Leading the list today. Again, full disclosure, I own this stock. What a move it had after hours. Look at this move after hours. And now it's just continuing pre-market. The meme stocks are alive and kicking. BlackBerry, I know William said he shorted it, but BlackBerry was up here, 1384. It's still, this one is really intriguing to me because I didn't think they'd get a hold of it again just because of that float. But man, have they ever got a hold of it again. MVIS is also another one of theirs, and it is holding here. See if it can take out 20 today. Guys, if it takes out 20, it's got a lot of room. I think that is the... Now, COS is making a bit of a move also. I just don't like it because of the float. You know, it's such a low float. It can be really, really... I find it anyway very tough to trade. Other things are happening though. Sorrento, SRNE. I guess they have Mexican government approval. There we go. AMC, thank you. Put the alert at 40. Why not? See if it hits it. I think it hit 43 or something pre-market. I think it might have hit 43 pre-market. I'm not 100% sure. Anyway, Mexican government has approved this as a COVID test, SRNE. Skills. This was an acquisition. SKLZ. SKLZ. This was up on news of an acquisition. This, I wonder if this is going to be the sleeper today. Remember LX yesterday, guys? In fact, if you don't remember it, let's take a look at LX. Just happens to almost have the same symbol. But take a look at LX, what it did yesterday. What a beautiful move. This was an AI alert also. But what a beautiful move. And then it flatlined for the rest of the day. So RLX is another earnings play out of China. And let's see if it can do something similar. I mean, look at the room it's got. If it can take out, well, what is it at? 1268 right now. High right there is 1260. High right there is 1251, 1262, 1254. Man, I mean, this is already breaking out. What's the high right there? High right there is 1280. 1280 is kind of the key. I mean, that's back in March. It's an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day. It's a big float. It's not a low float, but I would definitely be keeping an eye on this one. BCTX, big gap up for BCTX. It's a Canadian stock. Yeah, Canadian stock. Look at the volume, 10 million shares, 6.5 million in the float. I guess some kind of positive data. I mean, look at this, up 100% right now. BCTX. MITO, M-I-T-O. Received orphan drug designation in Europe. So there's MITO, low float. Lyra, L-Y-R-A, L-Y-R-A. Yeah, it's pulled back quite a bit actually. It was up to 1157, so that's a big pullback. Then you've got a partnership, announced a partnership. It's a China stock. Well, it's a partnership with a Chinese company. LIZI is an earnings play on the way down. Well, actually, it's on the way up now. This actually may go positive. When I first saw it, this was down here at around $7. So it's an earnings play. So it's kind of weak to start, but recovering. ACIU is an Alzheimer play, and let's see, it was up to 850. It's pulled back quite a bit. Swiss stock. TRCH. I want to see if this gap is holding. TRCH. Yeah, the gap is holding. I don't see any specific news on it. Energy play. Big day yesterday, like a lot of the energy stocks. More importantly, I mean, look where it could keep going. I mean, there's the next high looking left, 337. I mean, this got up to what, almost $5 a few weeks ago. And Muds trying to rebound a little bit here. Had a big down day yesterday. It was a bizarre day for AMC and Muds, that's for sure. I wonder how they feel now about selling their stake, leaving about $6 or $7 on the table. Also, you know, I keep going over that press release. Okay, so you bought it, and then you almost sold it almost immediately, and then you dump all over the company. I mean, I'm not, or you know, saying it's overvalued, et cetera, et cetera. You know, we're out now, so now we're going to slag the company. Listen, I mean, I'm not saying AMC is a great company. Don't get me wrong, but it just seemed like a bizarre turn of events. But why dump all over the company? I just don't get that. You want to sell your position, fine. But anyway, see what happens. Yeah, CNST. CNST is a merger. Somebody was mentioning CNST. CNST is a merger. Yeah, that's why you see this flatlining right there. So the big pop, 66% premium. Yeah, I did see SCYX. I did see it this morning. I did see it when it was up here. But after it got halted and now resumed, it actually dropped. SLNO was another one. I didn't put it on I think it's in my watch list, but I didn't actually talk about it. Actually, it's starting to move now. You know, I was watching this one. It's typically I don't like these ones, even though it's just over $1. They did have news. Received, this is another one receiving orphan drug designation. There's a 200-day moving average, so that's far enough away. So, I mean, it does have some room if it wants to keep going. It's not a super low float, 53 million in the float. What do I think about 10? I didn't even see this one yesterday. I had a great day yesterday. Somebody's asking me about what do I think about 10. I mean, it's had a great day yesterday. I'm not sure it appeared in your radar for me. I guess you just have to wait to see what happens once it opens. It's holding. It's holding. It's basically at the highs yesterday. So can it keep going? If you look at the monthly chart, the high is 1140. I'm sorry, what am I talking about? The high right there is 2224. So if you look at the monthly chart, I guess it still has some room if it wants to keep running. Take a look at the weekly chart, back that out a little bit, and yeah, it's basically the same. So, I mean, it does still have some room. But a great day yesterday, no kidding. I didn't see this one at all yesterday. OCGN, excuse me, OCGN. Yeah, not much to talk about really. I mean, it's down a little bit. Volume is pretty good. It's a big float, unless they have some news. Unless they have some very specific news. I mean, it's gapping down a little bit. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Actually, not too many upgrades and a few more downgrades, but still not either. Not too many of each. All right, there are the upgrades, and I'll get the downgrades in. Just a few more to go, the downgrades. I see Lilly or IRTC downgraded by Citigroup. IMAX downgraded by Goldman. Also GoTo. Didn't they upgrade Goldman or GoTo last week, and now they're downgrading it? That's a GOTU. Oh, I still have, yeah, I still have AMC. I don't know what I'm doing with it, to be honest. I mean, it's that kind of the wild one. I don't know what I'm holding on for, but I've traded it and still have a core position. Yeah, both CNK and IMAX got downgrades, yes. I don't buy options at all. I only buy stocks. I was asked the question, do I buy options? MRO, let's take a look at MRO. Somebody asked about MRO. Of course, big play yesterday. Well, again, in energy, let's take a look at what energy is doing this morning so far. Spider sectors, XOP is up, XLE I'm sure is, well, they're all up. Everything is up. So just have to wait and see, how energy reacts today again. Was asked about BBW. Well, this would be the warning signs, I suppose, these topping tails, for BBW. You have these three topping tails now in a row on the daily chart. Buyers tried, sellers knocked it down to here. Buyers tried, sellers knocked it down to here. Buyers got really a hold of it yesterday again, but the sellers knocked it down to here. So are the buyers going to give up? I mean, that's really the bottom line. Are they going to give up for a while? E-gap is an earnings gap. It's just abbreviation, that's all. Yeah, U1 is, it's hard for me to, these are so whippy. It's up. It got up to what, dollar or 10.68 about a week and a half ago. So it's back in play again, but I don't know if there's any specific news on it. PFMT. I think that's I think I saw some news on that one. I may be wrong. I thought I saw some news on PFMT, but I may be wrong. So I really don't know what to say. I mean, listen, it had a great day yesterday, and it looks like it's continuing. When you look left, the next highs are 407, 395. So on the monthly chart, I mean, it's obviously got a lot of room. I mean, this is back in 2016 for PFMT. So there's really not a lot of resistance for PFMT. Well, some of the windows are empty because nothing happens until the market opens. Okay? Like these, I mean, this is the basic new highs and lows. Nothing will happen until the market opens. The reason being is that there's a filter in here called the relative volume filter, current volume filter, which if you have it active in the pre-market, you'll have no data. So that's one of the filters that blocks it. My watch list doesn't do anything until 9:45. Again, most of these do not do anything until the market opens. That's why. Now these are scans that I'm sharing. So these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. These are scans that I'm sharing. Pre-market actives up and down, and the gap up and gap downs. Starting to get a little more action now in these windows, the gap up and gap downs. But those are 4 scans that I'm sharing. They're not part of my layout that I share, but they're individual scans that I do share. If you click on my homepage, green is the new red, click on my homepage, see the tab there, click on it, and click on the link, and here you are. So this is the scan section right here. You click here, here's the layout. This is the layout that you see, and then individual scans that I've created that you can check out. By the way, guys, that promo code, I am wrong. That promo code is still alive and kicking. The Memorial 25, at least it was. Don't tell anybody. I'm going to try again. I think it is still active. I would have thought it would have stopped last night, but I guess I'm wrong. Let me just do it again. Memorial 25. Whoops. I've got to be all caps. Yeah, it's still alive, guys, so take advantage of it. I don't know if the accounting people have forgotten to disable it or not. So if you still want 25% off if you still want 25% off a subscription, you know, you can use the Memorial. Well, I better pop it in. Memorial 25. You do need a premium to do a backtest, yes. I mean, I think we give you 10 free ones in standard just to give you a taste of it. But if you want to do it over and over, yeah, you need it. You need a premium service. Yeah, pretty simple. Topping tails. Here's a topping tail. I mean, you know, it can lead you to think. Let's get a better example. What was the one I was talking about earlier? BBW. Yes. Okay. So look at BBW. So, you know, what do topping tails mean? So at one point, the stock was up here at 1812. These are daily candles. And the sellers, they didn't knock it down horribly, but they closed it down here. The next day, Buyers got it up to here, but then the sellers closed it way down here. Yesterday, the buyers looked like they were totally in control again. But again, the buyers knocked it down here. So you've got 3 topping tails in a row. At some point, the sellers or the buyers are going to kind of give up for a while. You know, I mean, it's had a tremendous run after earnings. And so eventually, you know, one gives up and allows the other group, the sellers, in this case, maybe, I don't know. I mean, there might be another topping tail today. But you get 3 in a row, that's pretty significant. That is correct. You can try for 1 month and cancel at any time. Yes. Okay, give me 1 minute, please. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is minimize these windows. You get set for the open. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, maybe that is a premonition of what might happen. Yeah, that's a large. Actually, you know what? It's not as big as you think. The 256 down to 254 is not that big a deal. And when you think about it. Now, there's AMC with a huge topping tail. Yeah, IRTC, so this is I'm sure it's gapping down, right? Yeah, it's gapping down. So had man, this is a big gap down too. I know you guys are talking about it. Wow, is this iRhythm? Okay, so CEO exits. Wow, okay. Probably an unplanned exit. So CEO exits. This happened after hours and is continuing down here. All right, Rick, thank you. Now, you look at the monthly chart. Look at the monthly chart for IRTC. This still has, in theory, has some room. It looks like there's some bottoming tails down here around that 56 level, 55, 56, 58. So it still has a little bit of room. But yeah, devastating, obviously. I don't see, is there a specific reason for the CEO exiting? Yeah, so this cannot have been planned. Announcing the departure effective June the 1st, which was yesterday. All right, guys, let's get set for this open. Let's have a great trading day. The market is going to open in about 10 seconds. Let's have a great trading day. And we are now open. I can give you what I use, okay? Take a trade. I think this is... I think you'll like this better than what we have. as a, I think I know what you're talking about. So I'll have to explain, if you don't understand what I've done here, I'll have to explain it later, okay? But here it is. The key is going here, right-clicking, configure, go to symbol lists, and it's a drop-down menu. Pick single symbol, and then you can take a look to see what happened. All these various columns, you can add as many columns as you want. You can see exactly what the volumes were at, you know, virtually any time increment. Okay. Okay, well, okay, guys, this RLX did not do what I was thinking it might do, so I'm going to have to forget about it. I was thinking it might have a similar reaction as LX did yesterday. Not because it has LX in the name, but it's another earnings play, China. Now that maybe if it held this level, and it could really start to fill in this gap, but so far, no go. Yeah, look at Viper. It's not Viper, but I call it Viper, but look at Viper. Yeah, VVPR. Big pop here. There's a 200-day moving average, so it's actually kind of close. Trying to see what it might open at. No big clue right now. Well, 820, 820. As usual, AMC all over the place. I'm just kind of waiting to see if it can take out 40 with any oomph. Nothing will happen in these two windows. This is my watch list up and down until at least 9:45. Yeah, so Topps reaffirming the deal that they've got going with Muds later on. This is the SPAC, of course, that is taking Topps public. I'm just watching some of these thumbnail charts I have to see if there's anything interesting happening. Boy, I'm really surprised at this action here, this RLX action. I mean, this was up big pre-market. I mean, it got up to 13.25. This is an earnings play. And market opens and they just sold off. So this was a flyer from yesterday, AHT. Look at the day it had yesterday, and it's continuing so far. Okay, VVPR just opened. Wow, big gap. Pretty big gap on the open. So low float, 7.5 million in the float. Proposed $58 million Nordic distribution deal. This is the news. This is why it was halted for Tembo electric light vehicles. So this is an EV play, TEL is still alive here, guys. Look at TEL. What a run it's had. I mean, this is 3 days now. 4 days, really. I mean, it still has room. I mean, look left on the weekly chart. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, it still has room. 644 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Yeah, my gap down and or my gap continuations that I'm waiting for. I have a delay of 15 minutes that I put on this, so I'm not going to get any alerts. You guys, of course, will have alerts earlier if you want, if you haven't put that 15-minute delay on, because the scan I share does not have the 15-minute delay. It's up to you. This crazy one from yesterday, WPG, not shortable for me. I was talking to some of the other traders at Trade Ideas. Look at the power of that 200-day moving average, guys. Here's WPG. What did it get to yesterday? High was 593. Look at the 200-day moving average, 593. There's the power of the 200-day moving average, that green line. It hit right into it and said nope, and came right back down. Meanwhile, SCYX, so much for that news. Look at that. I mean, the news, they had some news this morning. So it gapped up. I mean, it was a big gap up to 1147. Look at this. I mean, and this is actually is shortable. And there's the go-to with the Goldman downgrade. It's been really choppy. Look at this topping tail right up here. So it's been pretty choppy. Look at the 2-minute chart, up and down, up and down. Boy, we've got another continuation play, guys. PEI yesterday had a great day yesterday and a continuation today. And another halt. This one was halted yesterday also. MDJH. It's halted yesterday. Like crazy low float. 1.5 million in the float. China stock. Again, lots of action in the first 15. I usually sit it out because things can go up and down just like that. Okay, one moment, please. What you're seeing here, guys, is this Otley, O-T-L-Y. This is the swing trade in the simulator. So kind of working okay. Here's Fubo. Look at Fubo go. You can see, I mean, if it can take out 2662, which is the high of 2 days ago. Well, okay, let's go, guys. Let's go. Sorry. So we have IHT, we have AHT, IHT now. Look at this. What action? Another halt, guys. Oh, I'm sorry, a resume for MDJH. A resume. This is all over the place. Too many topping tails, bottoming tails. See, when you see topping tails and bottoming tails, I mean, there's just indecision. You know, if you get a bunch of them, like topping tails in a row, you know, that kind of can give you a clue. But if you get topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails, there's just too much indecision. So an early one from the AI, if you have the AI, you can see there's an early one, three of them. One of them is working pretty nicely. But it is early. I thought the news was more about Mexico for SRNE. Maybe there's other news too for SRNE, but Mexico approving them as a COVID test. But you're right, it does now. I'm seeing also completes the acquisition of ACEA. I think the original reason though was the Mexican government approving the test, the COVID test. All right, just waiting on first alerts I'm going to get here. Again, I have a delay until at least 9:45. Doesn't mean I'll get any alerts here at 9:45. Just means I will not get anything before that. So the Mito, yeah, this is not shortable for me. I was looking at this actually as a short, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Wow, skills on the move here, guys. SKLZ on the move after the little pullback at the beginning. Taking out the pre-market highs now. Moving on an acquisition. Not a low float, $250 million in the float. Okay, here we go. Gap up and go. SKLZ. Good morning, Diego. Okay, guys, so now we've got some reverses. A gap up and reverse for BlackBerry. And we have a gap down and reverse for Vivo. Just kind of watching these. Yeah, BCTX is halting. Yes, BCTX is halting. Did have some news. Positive data. I can't remember what they do, but they have some positive data. Definitely have an early winner from the AI guys. MDLA 27.88 on the alert, 28.88 now, so it's a dollar move. Early one. I'm not in it. Ah, you're right. CCIV is actually having a follow-through day. I wasn't sure it would. Well, let's see if it takes out the high of yesterday, which is 22.41. So it's right at that high of yesterday. Okay, 1856. So there's the alert. I want to watch this one because it does have some room. I'm talking about the SKLZ. The high over here, let me make sure I'm right. The high over here is 1836. So it's basically at the highs of 2 days ago, a little bit above it. You start looking left and start picking up the next highs. And the next high is 1935. So, I mean, it's got some room to the next high on the daily chart. I don't know if it's been around enough. Yeah, it hasn't been around enough for 200 days, so as skills, I guess that's why. So I don't see a value for it. It is? Okay. Yeah, it's just sort of sneaking in. I mean, 200 days, 7 months times 30, 210. So, well, guys, skills on the way here. Skills on the way. So there's the alert, 1856. The gap up and go was at 1856 also. And AMC cannot be stopped. Look at this. Now that actually this might be looking a little bleak for a bit, but look at this. Sorry, I mean I own this, so that's why a little bit of excitement. I'm trying to see, want to see if it takes out. Well, there it did. Trying to take out 40. Now what? This is not typical for my style of trading, guys. You know, this is just let's call it a wild hair on the AMC. Meanwhile, MOXC, which was one of their stocks, the WSB stocks, I believe, just getting trashed now. I know they call it YOLO, yes. All right, guys, keep an eye on the SLNO. I mean, it came in on the option scanner at $1.42. It's not a low float, not a high float. Got up to $1.50. The next, I mean, it has a shot maybe to get to the 170 level. You look left on the weekly. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. The next high on the weekly is 162. I wish all this weren't here. When I say all this is what I'm talking about. Sorry, I wish this weren't here. I wish this were below it and it had a shot to get to this level. Well, let's just keep putting price alerts here. Oops. I think this hit. I think this hit $45 if I'm not mistaken. 44.75. I think it hit 44.75 in the pre-market. You won't see this in our charts because we don't. Our charts start at 7 in the morning Eastern time. But earlier than that, I think this hit 44 something. Hey guys, well, you one is just screaming higher. Wow, what an alert here. 965. I didn't take it. 965 right here, and the gap up and a go and hitting 1085 before it's pulled back a little bit. I did not take it. So those of you who want a lot of action, it's a great little scanner here. Okay, gap up and gap continuation or reverse. This is the don't repeat. That's why I have don't repeat. So I'm only going to see the symbol one time. If you load it from my from the scans, you'll see the symbol over and over and over again, which is fine if that's what you want. I have both up and running. So I can kind of go back and see, okay, there was the first alert for U1, 945, price was 965. What did it do afterwards? So again, one of the scans that I am sharing. And BCTX, woo. So BCTX just got halted on the way down. Probably not enough room for EPZM. I'm just looking here. Great day. There's just not enough room in my opinion. When I say room, I'm looking left. I'm looking at the highs and where it could stall. So OESX is actually an earnings play. I didn't realize it was an earnings play. It gapped down Of course, this was a big one yesterday, actually for the last 4 days. But look at this bottoming tail, trying to recover here now. I think I even saw it had a downgrade this morning too, but it is an earnings play and it's trying to recover. Big thing is, look at the volume that just came in. Look at that on that 2-minute chart. Over 6. So it has room if it can hold over 6 and keep going. Hey, listen, Mookie, if you can use level 2, etc., and you gain some confidence doing it, great. The fact that I don't use level 2 and others may not use level 2, that's our opinion. But I mean, man, if it's giving you confidence, then fantastic. Just wish this had more room. SLNO. I just don't like all of this right here. I mean, it may accelerate right through. I mean, look at the volume, 27 million. This will trade the float today, more than likely. 53 million in the float. It's already traded a little over half the float. Again, guys, the longer OESX holds over 6, okay, this is a gap down and go. This looks interesting. Just underneath the whole number, I'm talking OEG. The uptick rule. I tried to get some. But the uptick rule is nailing me here. I don't know if I have the patience. I don't want to take it as it moves down a penny by penny by penny. The uptick rule, again, if you're not familiar with it, that stock is OEG is down 23%. Any stock that's down at least 10%, if you want to short it, typically, you just go in at the bid, assuming your broker has shorts. You just go in at the bid, you get your short, but if it's down 10%, there has to be some action at the ask, and then it has to go back to the bid, of course, and you could be in a queue of others who want to do the same thing. So sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating. Yeah, guys, you can keep talking that AMC is overpriced. Of course it is. I mean, you look at their debt, you look at everything about it, doesn't matter. And that's not just because I have it. I mean, you can take a look at all these meme stocks, and there's a new world order right now when it comes to those sort of stocks. It has nothing to do with fundamentals. Well, I'll take a look at this again at if I can get the short at around 580. It's at a little pull up. I'm talking about the OEG. Exactly. You can say the entire market is MDLA. I didn't realize it. This is actually an earnings play also. So it's got the double. So it has that going for it. So it was an AI alert. And so it has the fact that it's an earnings play. Now it's starting to move down. But it'll be active all day long. The interesting one will be GME, guys. June the 8th, they have earnings. That's what they're going to be. It'll be interesting to see what the reaction is going to be. All right, let's take a look at some of these from my watch list. So even though, I mean, 949, AMC 3950, what did I get up to? 40, almost 42, so pretty good alert there. SRNE 825, yeah, not bad. Nothing to write home about. 835. 856, got up to 19. Just not holding their gains, that's all. And the BCTX, wild one, 735, yeah, got up to 8, but pretty wild. Now, Tiger is really drifting down. TIGR, earnings play from a few days ago, had a big ramp up, but this is, and it's below the whole number, guys, 23. Next low looking left is 2190. So, I mean, this has some room. Let's see if it takes out 23 again. This is definitely weak. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just taking a look at a couple of other charts on my other monitor. And we have another halt. Lots of halts today. Oh, the BCTX. Okay, so the BCTX got halted on the way up. Man, this just got absolutely killed here. SCYX. I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, it hit on their news 1154, so it's dropped $3, which is a big percentage drop. Yeah, you just go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. When you do that, or a homepage tab, there's the link. When you click on the link, there we go. This is what you're going to see, and here's the scan section. Okay, click here, and here's my layout. All right. You know, this go-to has some room still. It's not quite at the all-time low. This is the all-time low right down here, $16. So Goldman, I'm pretty sure I remember that they put an upgrade on them a couple of days ago, and now they've downgraded them. Can you adjust a stop loss while a stock is halted? I'm not quite sure I understand your question. I mean, you know, okay, so for instance, BCTX is halted. If you had a stop down here at 7, I mean, you can adjust it, whether you get a fill or not. If it gapped right down below, like if the first print was below it, you know, I don't know what sort of fill you'll get. You may not get anything. Does that make sense? Well, this SLNO, I mean, listen, it may make a fool out of me if it takes out this 180. I just didn't like this resistance right here, but it is starting to move up. The alert from the option scanner was 142, so I mean that's pretty good on a percentage basis, 160. I just didn't think it would be dynamic enough with this resistance right here. I think Fubu is one of their stocks, guys, WSB stocks. I think it is. Don't, you know, I'm looking at that short float, 21%. And this has, boy, this has got some room too. I mean, look at the daily chart. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily is 30.58. So, I mean, if this wants to keep running, I mean, that's the next high. Am I right? No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. The next high looking left is actually 27.05. Well, there's a nice pullback for you. I'm not in this one. I find this one difficult to trade, so I just usually just kind of let people know that it's happening. But with that low float, 6 million in the float, and it's not just because the float is low. It's just that this can be extremely whippy. But it's above that high now, so I mean it's above that high, which was 1068 a few days ago. Yeah, so Becca Sam, honestly I cannot help you. I don't know. When you say it's a complex broker, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I've had it for 4.5 years. You know, you set it up. Once you're. I mean, I don't find it complex at all. I mean, there's a lot to it. Just like, you know, there's a lot to trade ideas. You don't have to learn every single filter, every single alert. There's a lot of things you can do within Interactive Brokers. But if all you want to do is just place trades, I mean, it's pretty simple, in my opinion, anyway. The other ones I just don't know. I cannot help you. eToro, I don't know what it is. eToro, sorry. How can you prevent trade ideas from opening? Well, I'm trying to answer somebody in our YouTube room. You want it to open only one window. Well, you have to have a layout. So I don't quite understand. I mean, you have the toolbar. If you just want like one scan open, I think you probably, if you haven't done this already, probably take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay? I mean, that shows you how you open a layout and should show you how you open like a scan if that's all you want to do. I'm not sure I understand. You want one window. When you say a window, you mean like one scan? You don't want a whole layout open? Ooh, I missed this one from the AI. I missed this one. Right in my wheelhouse. I love the price range. I missed the LBRT. You know what? I don't know if I'm going to be able to help you. Somebody might have to take a look at your screen, okay? I'm going to give you the home page to go. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room, okay? Go to the home page, tell them what's going on. They might have to take a look, do like a screen share, okay? It's hard for me to know what's going on. I mean, to me, if you went to Windows and then you closed all your windows, and then if you have a layout, you just open it, or if you have a scan, you just file. If you've saved the scan to the cloud, you file load from cloud, and you find it and load it. But I think something else is going on with you. So I'll send you to the home page and start a live discussion there. And one of the guys might just go into your system and take a look, okay? Boy, this is a continuation short from yesterday. Unfortunately, I'm talking about the VTNR. Unfortunately, no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for me. Let me just quickly, have you saved anything to the cloud? Nathane, have you saved anything to the cloud? A scan? Yeah, this is part of my layout that I'm sharing, Diego. So if you click on my homepage right there, the homepage tab right there, hopefully you can see that. When you click on it, there's my link. When you click on the link, you'll be brought to this page. And here is the scan section. Okay, then I really think, Nathane, you should take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, if you're new and learning, take a look at those 20 lessons, the link that I popped in there. It talks about, saving things to the cloud and bringing them back. And do yourself a favor and just take a look at those 20 lessons first, okay? So, sorry, so this is my scan section. When you click, so here's my layout right up here. I'm just going to pop this in again, the 20 lessons, okay? All right, OEG is still kind of interesting to me on the short side. Why? Because look left. There's the low yesterday. So I mean, it has a shot to get down to that low. It's not really doing too much though. No, Kodak? Are you kidding me? Let's see. A little bit of Momo, yeah. The insanity back in this month. Remember that much in last July, guys? It was a virus. Well, it turned into a virus play. So what should start working? I just haven't even checked the. So the Dow's up, SPY's up, NAS is up a little. So there's no disconnect there. What should start working a little bit are bounce plays. Because look what the market's doing. So anything that's sort of gap down and is in kind of bounce mode right now, that's probably not a bad idea. How come my alerts show up later than yours? You know, well, I mean, if you've got, it's impossible unless your computer is super slow. But I mean, that shouldn't, it really isn't a factor. We'll take a look underneath file. You'll see a number. What is that number? Anything under 100 is fine. But if you're saying that you're not getting the alerts well, almost to the, virtually the same time, then it's got to be something on your system. No, that's fine then. Okay, my guess is that somebody's trying to point me to a penny stock, and the answer is no, actually, it's not a penny stock. Look at QK. Interesting. Oh, it is a penny stock, but I thought it was going to be a pink sheet stock. Anything could potentially lift off. Okay, somebody asked it. Could U1 anything could potentially lift off? I mean, there's no the next high looking left is 1369. Okay, on the monthly chart, probably about the same on the. And this is for U1. What's the high? 12. I think 12. Is that high right there? 1078. So that's above that high. Just trying to gauge to see where the next highs are. So the next high looking left is 1221. I mean, yeah. And there goes, guys. There's UONE. Yeah, it's funny. I don't really pay too much attention to the repeating version here. If it doesn't show up, I know what's happening here. I mean, this is still up for the day. Okay. So I keep it in here, but typically I like to see it down here as something that is down for the day for a potential short. So for instance, gap up and reverses, like this is a gap up and reverse, probably you'd want the market to be moving down somewhat, to play a gap up and reverse. Well, there goes you one through that potential resistance. I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, it's just one of those stocks that, when traders get a hold of it, they just get a hold of it. It is shortable. I didn't think it was shortable for me. Actually, a lot of shorts are available. I'm not going to short it yet. All right, guys, this is a really interesting one. SLCT. This is a gap up and go. Why is it interesting? There is no resistance. It's at an all-time high. SLCT at an all-time high. Look at this gap. Wow, what a gap. And what did it hit after hours? Hit 1795 after hours. And that is coming from my gap up and go. Holding over 17 nicely. There's some volume that came in. Now, the float is 14 million. Now, it's not trading, it's only trading 340,000 shares. That's 83 times normal. So, this does not trade very much. That's the issue. That is really the issue. I wish this traded a lot more. Talking about SLCT. Can't help you, Gordon. I'm sorry. You know what? Today's Wednesday. Do you know what that means? You can ask Michael that question, okay? I wish this is too bad, guys. This SLCT, if it had volume, a lot more volume. It has absolutely no resistance. Well, how you use my repeat, these are just ideas, okay? So you click on it. Kirk as an example. I would forget about the Lyra, all right? This is showing up because it's making a new low for the day. But typically, I would just pay attention to this because Lyra is showing up here because it's making a new low for the day, but it's not breaking down below yesterday's low, which is why these stocks are showing up here. So I wouldn't. Now, how you going to trade them is up to you. I look at the go-to 1719. It's at 1680 now. I may have waited for a 17 break. So I would forget about the ones unless they show up here. And then these are ideas, all right? Ideas. The whole idea, the whole concept of the watch list was to, especially for new people, don't get too many alerts So it gets you to concentrate on just a few stocks for the day. And it doesn't mean when you get the alert you just pile into the short here or take the long here. What it means is, okay, take a look. How's it trading? What does it look like? What's the volume like? Where's, looking left on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart, where could it keep going to until it hits resistance? So you got to sort of analyze a little bit. I might take this one, this SLCT, just a little bit, just to satisfy my curiosity. 1709, 1715 right now. 1707. So the spread is tightened up a bit, but I wish that volume would pick up. Yeah, I wish I had a little more confidence in my ability to trade U1. Obviously, a tremendous one from the alert here. 965, 1237 now. Mr. Real, good morning. So again, with the markets doing what they're doing, your long plays and your reversals could start working very well. Obviously, just keeping an eye on the AMC. I love the way it's holding 40. Boy, this is just sinking here. This is a potential short opportunity, but I think there's probably too much support around 640 or so for the ACIU. Wow, 10:30 already, man. This has been a fast morning. Okay, well, normally I do this around 10:20, but first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Now, that promo code that I thought was going to disappear last night, I was pretty sure it was. Well, it hasn't. So if you still want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas and get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year, you can do so. There's the promo code. I'm going to pop that into the YouTube room also. Okay, so yeah, so you can still use the Memorial, there it is, Memorial 25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Oops. Sorry guys, that should not be here. Let's get rid of that. To direct you to my home page. Here we go. Okay, so there's my home page. So you click on the link. And this is how much Trade Ideas will cost. So here's Get Trade Ideas right there. And obviously don't use the Barry for Alpha. Use the Memorial 25. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. So the premium annual would be $22.68 a year minus the 25%. Standard, $10.68 a year minus the 25%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'll go over. This is kind of what it looks like. I'll go over this a little bit later. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You do not have to have an annual subscription. If you don't want, you can go monthly. Here are our prices for monthly, $118 and $228. That 25% discount can be applied to the first month only. But this is what I would do. If you're unsure about our program, and you got to be sure before, certainly don't take on an annual subscription unless you're very sure you want it. You can always try us out for a month on our standard, $118 less than 25%. And then within 30 days, if you decide you want to upgrade to an annual subscription, you can do so and we'll honor the 25% discount. Okay? Now, if you keep, again, I just want to make sure it's understood. If you do keep on a monthly subscription, then after that first month, after the discount, this is what you'll pay, $118 and $228. So I'm almost 100% sure that discount, the Memorial Day 25, will disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm surprised it's still around for one more day. More information from my homepage. You can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. These are all free. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. Here's my layout that I'm sharing. Remember, it's a layout, so before you load my layout, if you have a layout already up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. I also have individual scans that you can take a look at. So you might have your own layout. You don't necessarily want mine. So you can take a look at the individual scans. This is one of my favorite ones, the gap continuation or reverse. And the other one is the moving higher with unusually strong options. These are not part of my layout, so these are individual scans that you can load. More information, big trading or big education section right here. So you'll get there, Angela. So here are the 20 lessons. It won't take you 20 days, but here are the 20 lessons. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, strongly advise that you take a look at this, okay? What is a top list? Building one, alert windows, creating them, custom layouts, introduction to the cloud. You know, here's the introduction to the AI. We nickname Holly. Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to go over. Okay, so there's a lot of information here. This is all text-based. They're not videos. So before you do anything else, I would really take a look at this. Do yourself a favor. Daily support sessions. You'll hear me refer to a YouTube room all day long. So there is a YouTube room also. It's the same room as this one. I monitor it. They can see my screen. They can hear me also. At noon, I take a break. And one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. Today is Michael Noss. So if you have, Gordon, all your questions about Brokerage Plus, auto trading, all that sort of stuff, save up all those questions. Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. Today is Wednesday, so this is the Q&A with Dan and Brad. That's the one that I help out on. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. Here's more information about the AI. Okay, so there's educational videos here. And I think this is a really good one. If you're brand new to trading, back to basics. What is a stock? Literally starting off with what is a stock? Great little video series put on by the aforementioned Michael Noss. Okay, they're very quick videos, but I think they're really good if you're just starting out. So a lot of information on my home page. You know, the education section of my scan section. You know, I don't expect you to take a look at all this while you're in the trading room. So save my link and you can look at all this at your leisure. And Gordon, I'm going to tell you this. If he can't answer your questions, I surely can't. Okay? Just want to let you know. Oh, you know what, Angela? I haven't really. I think I looked at the first few. I didn't look at the end, so I don't know how it ended. All right, guys. So, what is Trade Ideas? If you're in this room for the first time and wondering, well, what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. markets. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. You know, now with a caveat. I mean, I had somebody in the room say they can't, for some reason, they can't input symbols, U.S. symbols into their broker. That's something that we have no control over. Okay, so you must have a broker that will accept U.S. symbols. How's that? But this is an example of a scan, and it also doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. It doesn't matter, again, as long as they accept U.S. symbols. So this is an example of a scan that I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. Very simple. I always start off with filters. So I'm looking for, in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4. What that means is it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this time of the day. And 400,000 shares, etc. So these are the filters that I've got. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay, so that's an example of a scan. Now, what we did as a company is I said, you know what? Most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. So what we did is we created what we feel are enough alerts and filters. Here are all the alerts. I'm not going to go over them all, of course, but all the alerts, lots and lots of alerts, lots of filters. So we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to create a scan that you might want to create, okay, might want to have. So you don't have to learn a programming language. Now, at the very beginning, you don't have to even know how to create a scan. You can go to my homepage to say, you can take a look at the scans that I've created, my layout. You can also go to our channel bar. Click on New, and then Channel Bar. And these are all themed layouts, okay? Trade the Gap, Explosive Winners, Short Squeeze, etc. Stock Surging. These are all themed layouts that you can take a look at. Yeah, but remember, these are all layouts. So again, if you have a layout up and running, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, so these are all theme layouts. And if you saw a window, a scan within a layout that you liked, all you have to do, if this were one of them, you just right click, save or share to cloud, save it, so now it's in the cloud. So you can go through the various channels and extract scans, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time if you want to create your own personal layout. So again, you didn't really have to know how they were created in the first place, but that'll definitely get you going. Now the AI. AI is part of our premium service. This is what I would do. I would forget everything else other than this. Click on New from our toolbar. Click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window and have this window. A lot of action today at the AI. Okay, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. Doesn't mean you'll get an alert at 9:35, but nothing happens in the pre-market or after hours. You wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry. You don't have to take it right at the entry. You have a stop, and how you manage to trade will be up to you. So again, if you save this window, you can save this window to your layout. So when you open Trade Ideas tomorrow, this will be blank, and then just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? Now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. And that's that window that you see right here. Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Okay? I'm going to pop this video in, or actually it's a link to 2 videos. And again, you have a lot of questions about this. Save them for noon and head over to our YouTube room. I'll give you the link. Michael Noss will be there. He's our expert on all this. So on the link that I gave you, there are 2 videos. The first video shows you, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can connect this window so you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, you'll connect to your IB. You still need an IB account or an E-Trade account. You need real-time data from them, but then you can actually trade from within this window. That's what you want to do. Not mandatory. You don't have to do this. I want to emphasize that because a lot of people, when they're hearing me, they're thinking, well, if I don't have an IB or E-Trade account, does that mean I cannot use Trade Ideas? No. It just means you can't use this window, but this is just a feature we have. It's not mandatory to use. Well, look at skills, guys. 1856, 1926 now. Now I want to talk about our simulator. Now it's easy to use. I mean, what I'm going to do in the simulator is virtually everything you can do once you're connected to your account. But all you do is you just click on the alert. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to trade at. If you are going long, you buy. If you're going to short, you sell. Okay, so Glenn, you have to have our beta, the latest beta. That's the only other thing. If you have an E-Trade account and you want to use this, then you have to have our latest beta. So if you go to I'll have to put that link in for you. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and then scroll up to the top where it says download software, and then you have to have the latest beta. You have to keep scrolling down, 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 down. This latest public beta, Pro AI beta, I guess it's called. So you have to have this if you have an E-Trade account, okay? In order to use Brokers Plus. Yeah, so look at the SLNO, kind of predicted what would happen. You know, it would stall right about this area, right up here, and that's what it did. I mean, listen, if you got in at 142, you know, or close to it, and you were able to sell, you know, up at 167-ish, I mean, that's a great percentage move. I just didn't like the, I just didn't like the resistance that was, I thought, a little too close for me. All right, now I'm going to demonstrate how you can take a trade on a pullback. Let's say you wanted to take BCTX. Okay, you don't want to take it right now, but if it pulled back, say down to this area here, 665, you'd like to take the trade. I'm not saying that's what you should do. I'm just saying let's just show you how you could do something like this, how you can take a trade on a pullback. Wow, the UONE is, yeah, very strong as a unbelievable. Well, let's say you want to take this one on a pullback to at 1186. Okay? So you pick how many shares you want to do this at. What did I say? 11 right here, 1184. Again, I'm just showing you how you can do it. This is not saying this is what I would do with this particular stock. I'm just showing you how you do it. You click on buy, and this blue line will show up on the chart. So if U1 comes back down to 1184, it'll take the trade. Okay? Now, if at some point you looked at it and thought, you know what, I don't want to do it anymore, I don't like what's happening with the market, you know, obviously you can get rid of that if you want. You just go to orders and you right click and you cancel the order. Okay, see how that's canceled. Wow. One big wow for UONE. What are the other ones that usually follow along? I haven't seen them. I have not seen them. Carver, isn't Carver another one? CARV. Usually it's moving with this one. I mean, it's up. BYFC, that's another one, yes. Yeah, so obviously U1 is really trading on its own. The other ones are not really following suit, but maybe, just maybe, you know, when people get tired of the U1, they may start piling into these ones. These used to move the same way. Carver, BYFC, and U1. Okay, let's take a look at Bed Bath & Beyond. You're right. I mean, that was one of the Reddit stocks. Yeah, for sure they are. There's no other reason. Well, actually, okay. I mean, they did actually have some news. I mean, they did have some specific news. Up 7% after revealing next wave of owned brands. So, I mean, So they're going to launch 3 new owned brands. Like, I refuse to believe that's the reason, you know, for this, but completely. But I mean, they do say they're going to launch their 3 new owned brands this quarter, continuing the company's execution of its biggest product assortment change in a generation. So this is what I'm talking about right there. So, I mean, so there was some news other than just the Reddit crew getting a hold of them. I know, PEI is strong again. Okay, so let's take a trade though. I mean, what did I do? That was the U1. Let's see if I can do it again. Maybe pull back to here again. So I'll just put it in there. I'll just keep it in there. Hey, who knows? Maybe it'll happen. And click to buy again, and you can see now this is a development version that I'm on. You don't have access to. It doesn't look quite like your Brokerage Plus won't look quite like this. We have some sort of 3D look for the buy and the sell. You have this little line down here. Okay, so in the marketing meeting yesterday, I asked when this version would be available. They're hoping maybe for next week. There's still some bugs that have to be ironed out. Not so much with Brokerage Plus, but with other things. And so before we launch it, we have to have those bugs ironed out. Well, we have a news tab. I mean, is it going to be like one of these paid services like Benzinga, where you pay $100, $150 a month? No. But so we do have a news tab. But I'm telling you, if you have Interactive Brokers, this is a pretty good, their news feed is pretty up to date. We were talking about this yesterday. If I could only grab it and move it now. There we go. And the Dreamer giving his stamp of approval. It is spot on. Okay, now let's take a trade. Let's just take a trade right now and see how that would work in the simulator. And by the way, what you see here, this is something I took, I think it was on Friday. And this is in the simulator. So you can practice swing trading also. This is, I took this on Friday, 23.54, 25.02 now. Okay, I mean, it was would I have traded this out a little bit earlier? Probably. It got up to 26. This is an IPO from how many days ago now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days ago. So you can practice swing trading. If you don't exit the trade by the end of the day, then it'll just carry forward. Well, let's take this trade, okay? I'm just going to take this trade, this SLCT trade. I'm going to take it in the simulator, and I'm going to get it probably at 17.09. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'll explain why I'm taking 500 shares. I'm going to go at the mark, actually. So I'm going to buy 500 shares. So you see it took 500 shares at 17.10. I'm going to add the stop order. I'm going to put it at 1690. I'll explain why I'm doing it like that. So important concept, guys. When you get into a trade, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Okay, not every trade is going to work, obviously. So you have to have a get out price. If you're new to trading, this is where the practicing will come in. I should have mentioned this before. Before you actually commit money to the market, you should practice trading. Our simulator works great. It uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay? Practice trading. So I'm just introducing the concept of a stop. You have to have a place where you're going to get a price you're going to get out of a trade if it's not working. How you're going to know where that is, that's where the practicing comes in. For me, I try to size up a chart where I think there's a support level. If it falls down through that support level, I should be out of the trade. Why I put it at 1690, actually I mean 1690 wouldn't be the worst, but why I put it at 1690, I wanted to make the math easy. Because the next step is, okay, if you understand now, you should have a stop. The difference between your entry and your stop now will dictate how many shares you take. You don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares, 200 shares every single trade. In my opinion, anyway, you should be saying to yourself, okay, if the trade doesn't work for me, how much am I actually willing to lose on the trade? So if you have a $5,000 account, of course, you don't want to risk $1,000 a trade. So if your account size dictates that you could say risk $100 a trade, so if it didn't work, all you want to lose is $100. As long as you obey your stop, you get out, you should, you'll be close to losing only $100. Notice it says 97.50, so it's a bit of a rounding error here. So why I took it at 16.90, why I took my stop there, just to make the math easy. 17.10 entry, 16.90 stop, that's 20 cents difference. If I'm willing to risk $100 a trade, I divide 20 cents into $100. Presto, you get 500 shares. So conversely, 500 shares times a 20-cent loss is equal to $100. Okay? And then the next step is obeying your stop. I guarantee that even if you practice for months and finally you get used to it, you think, okay, I'm ready to start trading, the hardest thing is going to be to obey your stop. The challenge will be, because your first trade, you're so excited, you think, man, I can't believe it, I'm in this trade, yay, and all of a sudden it starts working against you, and you start second guessing yourself. Well, maybe my stop was too tight, so you start moving it down, because you just think this trade has to work. So you can see what's going to happen. You start moving it down, 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 down. Right there, if I left it there, instead of a $100 loss, I'm down to $267 loss. You still don't obey it. You keep moving it down, down, down. Eventually, you give up. And so that $100 manageable loss turns into maybe $500, $600. How do you stop that? Well, you keep your stop in. Okay, just keep your stop in place. If you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, your broker will have a way in which you can put a stop in, okay? But, at the very beginning, I'm telling you, having your stop in place takes all of the emotions out, okay? If you are one of these people, and maybe right off the bat you'll obey your stop. You'll be one of the very few that does that. But if you constantly do not allow yourself to be taken out of a trade where you think you should be, then you better start, using an auto stop just to take the emotions out of it. Yeah, green is the new red. If you don't know what WSB, the Wall Street Bets, in Reddit, it's a forum within Reddit. You do yourself a favor and check it out. It's X-rated to a certain extent, but it's very entertaining to say the least. But this is what got GME propelled to these insane levels back in this week. In January, the week of January 25th, and many other stocks, AMC, there's so many other stocks that this crew got a hold of and just kept buying and buying and buying. Rocket is another one, RKT, but this is I would say GME and certainly AMC are the two most famous ones that they've got a hold of. And look at AMC, and I can say, yay, look at AMC. I would say this is way more successful than GME. This is where they took AMC, right here that week, and look where it is now. So it's not a matter of my recommending a trailing stop loss. I don't use them. The reason I don't use trailing stops is because I'm typically not in many trades at the same time, so I way prefer to manage my exits on my own. So for instance, take a look at SLCT, right? So let's just say this really started to work well. I'm going to get a little lag here, guys. Let's say this really started to work well. So instead of using a trailing stop, what I'd be doing is I'd be moving my stop up on the chart. To me, a trailing stop is artificial. What does it really mean? I want to have a 10 cents trailing stop, a 20 cents trailing stop, or a 0.5% or 1%. It's not based on anything really. But if this trade started to work really well, I could start to move this up into maybe another area of support that if it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade, as an example. Now, As I say, I'm in typically not too many trades at the same time. Rarely am I in more than two at a time. So I can manage this very well. If I were in, and I don't recommend you're starting out trading, don't go crazy. Don't be in 5, 10 trades at the same time. Then you'd have to have a way to more automate it. And so then I suppose a trailing stop would come into play because, it'd be pretty hard to keep an eye on 10 stocks at the same time. But I personally have never used a trailing stop. Again, that's not, if I'm not recommending not to, but that is why I don't, because the next question I usually get is, well, why don't you? Well, I think I explained why I don't. I don't understand that question. Is Siri explaining the concept of exiting a swing trade of positive or negative? I don't understand that question. Yeah, I mean, if you have to leave your computer for some reason, again, I'm not recommending not to use a trailing stop. I just don't. If I were a way more active trader, and I've never been a super active trader, probably the most I've ever, other than maybe the odd swing trade where I'm holding, but in terms of an active day trade, I honestly can't remember the last time I was in 3 trades at the same time. Yes, it should green. Yes. Make sure they know that so they can take a look at your account. If you bought that lifetime premium package, yes, you're talking about the odds maker and all. But it should be on your file somewhere, okay? So give them the same email that you used. Yeah, give them the same email you used, and they should be able to activate it for you. Well, okay, I don't understand the question. How to exit a swing trade? I mean, I don't know how to answer a question like that. I mean, if you start seeing some resistance coming into a resistance area, I mean, it's up to you when you're going to get out of a swing trade. I mean, I don't know how I can help. I mean, this one right here, I mean, I'm of the mind to exit this one right now. I mean, again, this is practicing, right? So I am going to exit this one. I can always get back in. I'm not a big swing trader though, understand. So I've exited for, $492 gain. I don't like the way it's trading right now. So for me, I probably would have taken some out yesterday though. Anything that goes up $4, I probably would have taken some out yesterday. But again, this is, I was just showing people how to use a simulator to take a swing trade. But, there's no easy answer. I mean, where do you exit a swing trade? I mean, if it stops working, I mean, that sounds trite, but I mean, if it stops working, comes in, hits a resistance area and starts moving down. Yeah, there's no more lifetime premium package. Back in 2016, I think May of 2016, we were offering the odds maker, which we called the odds maker back then. It's now called the back tester, for a one-time fee. And then that would give you access to our premium service for as long as you. Not sure if you had to maintain a subscription though. You're going to have to find that out. Anyway, there's no more lifetime premium package. Okay, bottom line. I can't remember if you had to maintain a subscription. Okay, you didn't have to. Okay, I just so long ago, 2016. Yeah, we're talking 5 years ago. Okay, I don't know. There's probably a way that accounting can do something like that for you. I don't know how, Anil, but I'll tell you what. If you go to our homepage and ask that question, okay? And one of our account specialists will take a look. You know, I don't know how it works. There's probably got to be a way, but I just don't know what it is. I'm not. I don't get involved in accounting at all. So I'll give you the homepage link, okay, and you can start a live discussion. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see: the TI homepage, and questions and answers. So ask that question, okay, and give them your email address so they can take a look at your account. So Asiri, you know what? You are going to be in less than an hour. Michael Noss is going to be there. Probably there is, but Michael Noss is going to be in the YouTube room. Again, our expert on Brokerage Plus and questions like that that you have. So I would wait and ask him those questions, okay? I'm sure you can get rid of a trailing stop, you know, and replace it with something else, but, you know, ask him those questions. Wow, they have got a hold of this. They've really got a hold of the Reddit. Look at this. I mean, now 3468 is the next high looking left, and that is broken through that weekly. And I mean, they drove this up to $54. It was an amazing week. If you weren't around that week, probably one of the most amazing weeks I've ever seen in my career of trading. That was the classic. Just when you think you've seen it all, you realize you haven't. Wow, what a 5 minute chart. Look at that. I mean, straight up on the two. I mean, the briefest pause. Of course, straight up on the 15s. And as Zach is saying, it's potentially made a top. I mean, it's not going to keep going up, of course, but pets. Another one. Yeah, they've got a hold of that one too. You can tell because typically what they do, they being the Wall Street bet guys, is that they look at the short float. Anything with a high short float percent, and that's huge, 31%. Anything for me anyway, anything over 15 is a big short float percent. So this is typically what they're trying to destroy the short sellers. I mean that's the concept. So they'll just pile into something, and all these people short are starting to gag a bit. And it's the same thing though. I mean, eventually it's not going to keep going up. There's the 200-day moving average right there, not that far away. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, so it's 11:12, so getting closer to my break. Okay, we have a reversal now for VTNR, guys. We have a big reversal. Look at this. Big reversal. I mean, this was very active. This day here, merger or acquisition. That's what popped it on that day. It kept going. It kept going yesterday even. I mean, it got all the way up there before it really sold off. And it looked like it was going to continue the sell-off somewhat, but it is now starting to move back. And there are some very aggressive price targets put on this. I think there was one by Wainwright at $25. I think that on that day. And I think yesterday, I think it was $17 by, and I can't remember who. So there's some very aggressive price targets put on VTNR. What is the exact meaning of the short float percent? Okay, so there's the float. The float is the available number of shares that can be traded. Okay, typically what you do is you take the shares, the outstanding shares, number of shares that are outstanding, and then you start subtracting what insiders own, mutual funds perhaps, okay? That gets you your float. And then the short float percent is the percent of the float that is short. So when you take a look at something like pets, which are a huge short, 31, so of the 19 million in the float, 31% is short. So people are holding short position, 31% of that float are individuals holding short positions. So, you know, when they look at action like that, look at this, and it's right through the 200 days. So, I mean, when they're looking at action like this, I mean, they're starting to gag. It depends where they're short from. But I mean, that is destroying a lot of. I mean, it's $3. I mean, I'm not going to go crazy. It's only up $3. But imagine, I mean, that's what they're trying to do, though, with some of these other, you know, the AMCs. Now, the thing about the AMC and the GME, and this is only an opinion, a rumor, whatever you want to call it, is that they are understating the short float percent for AMC and GME. You know, I have a short float percent of 21.1 for AMC, and for GME it's virtually the same, which is, you know, pretty unlikely. But anyway, so what they believe is that there is a huge underreporting for the actual number of shares that are short. But that's the concept of a short float. So what happens, yeah, like to a pets, what happens is, I mean, a lot of these people will start to cover their short positions, which fuels further buying. Okay? Well, how can you understate? That's that's the rumor, okay, Siri? I mean, that's the opinion. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that is the theory that has been going out there for a long time. Well, listen, it's crazy. I mean, you say, is it illegal? I mean, again, I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just saying that is what's out there. All right. But the other thing is that this short float percent only gets updated every or twice a month, which is crazy. I mean, there's no reason why this shouldn't be updated every day. It's just it's just math. All right, remember we were talking about topping tails yesterday. So look at this. So this topped out. I mean, this still has some room if it wants. I mean, I'd be waiting a little bit here, but you know, we've got some two topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Again, what does it mean? Buyers had it up here. Sellers close it there. Not dramatic. Buyers had it up here. Sellers are, well, I mean, this chart, this still has 12 minutes to close. So, but you know, if they don't, well, there you go. I mean, so it's not necessarily this is going to be a topping tail, because I mean this candle still has 12 minutes to close. Now here's another one, guys. This is another Wall Street bet stock, EXPR. I mean, you just have to, if you want to know, you know, here's your clue. Take a look at a weekly chart. If you see on that week of January 25th, and you see a huge topping tail for any stock, you can rest assured that is a Wall Street bet stock. You know, they're all going to look the same. Wow, AMC just went up again, guys. I mean, I don't know what I'm holding out for, but look at the volume that came in. Look at the volume that came in. And I'm in this, okay? I'm in this stock, so that's, you know, full disclosure. If it's been removed, I guess it has been removed, Siri. Yes, it has been removed. I mean, this is not going to surprise me. I think the pre-market high was actually 44.75 for AMC. I think. Yeah, it was 44.75. Why not? I'm just going to put an alert there. There isn't. I'm just looking at my computer clock. The question was how to put remaining time to close for a candle. I mean, so I know I'm in a 15-minute candle, so I'm just looking at my computer clock, and it's 11:21. So I mean, I know I can do some really quick math and know that this has 9 minutes. It's not. It's nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? It's just take a look at your computer timer or your clock, and then or your broker has a countdown too. Yeah, wow is right. I mean, you got to be careful, guys, trying to short these Wall Street bet stocks right now. I mean, they're on a mission. I mean, again, look. There's that week, January 25th. Look at the topping tail. Look at the short float, 30%. Okay, so Zach is talking about, okay, so the oil supply being disrupted, maybe the price of oil goes up. Exactly. Real, exactly. You got to be super careful because what happens is that these things can move so quickly too. I mean, I mean, look at the size of these candles. I mean, look at the size. Like one, two, three. These are huge, huge moves. And at some point, of course, is it going to fall down? Of course, but we were looking at this 15. Remember, we were looking at this 15-minute candle. This one right there, at one point, it would look like a nice big topping tail, but look what happened. Now it looks like a big topping tail here, but you got to be careful. The rocket could be next, yes. RKTD or RKT, RKT is another one of the stocks. Now this is not. Geez, I'm having some lag today in my charts. I think, maybe not. Now this was not one of the ones on January 25th. This was later on. This was they got a hold of this one right here on this week right there. But look, guys. I mean, look what happened. Yeah, they drove it up here to 43, but it closed, at 25. So it's not like these things were holding on. That's why AMC to me is arguably the best one of them. It's an all-time high now. Again, we're not talking fundamentals. We're not talking like should this be up here? That's not what we're talking about. All we're talking about is looking at a chart, and you'll get destroyed if you think, well, this can't be up here because the fundamentals are horrible. They'll have so much debt. You'll be destroyed if you're going to base your trading on things like that. Ultimately, maybe. Yeah, well, AMC is not a low float. I mean, AMC's got half a billion in the float, so this is not a low float stock either. That's what makes a move like this so extraordinary. 34% with half a billion in the float. I mean, you just don't see that. Okay? Why doesn't Facebook go up 34%? Well, it's got 2.3 billion in the float. So, I mean, for Facebook to go up 34%, it's going to have some extraordinary news. Michael, it might be a joke. I'm not going to say this is where it should be, but it just doesn't matter. It's not a matter of not liking WSB stocks. There's not a. Somebody asked why the AI doesn't like WSB stocks. It's not a matter. There's no filter that says don't trade WSB stocks. It's just that for whatever reason, the stocks aren't meeting the filter requirements. Yeah, I mean, yeah, pets. I mean, had the minor. This has to be Wall Street. Has to be Wall Street Bets. What is interesting is that there are so many of them now. The power of that forum is extraordinary, because I guess they've attracted millions of people. I mean, I don't know the actual number, but it's not just that they're concentrating on, GME, AMC, a couple of stocks. I mean, there's a basket of stocks that are doing this. At least Rocket. I mean, there is a legitimate business to Rocket Mortgage or Rocket Companies. But this too shall pass, guys. I mean, try to take advantage of it when it happens. But I mean, eventually this flurry of excitement, because we went several months without really anything happening. We had the GME was kind of moving up and down a little bit, but we really went a couple of months without anything really happening. And all of a sudden, last week, was it last week or the week before? Probably, yeah. I mean, right here. I mean, but right around here. So this is May 24th or so. That's when, AMC, a little glimmer, and it was right there when it broke over 15. I'm actually surprised that they never got a hold of Kodak. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's a big float, but they never really got it. Well, I guess they did. Is this the 25th? No, no. This is way before. That was that craziness with Kodak, all of a sudden becoming, a producer of vaccines or something. I don't know. The chemical. I don't know. It was just ridiculous. But since then, they really haven't got a hold of it. But maybe today. I mean, look at the float, 17%. Yeah, I mean, I know there was the news, the government giving them, a lot of money, but I mean, listen, it fizzled out completely. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they got a hold of Tilray too. They got a hold of Tilray right here. Look at that. Got it up to $68. We don't have a short float percent. I'm not sure why. Kodak initially was part of the Bitcoin back in 2018. Yes, all of a sudden it became a Bitcoin play, but then after that it became a COVID play. Yeah, I don't know why we have nothing. We don't have anything on Tilray for a short float percent. And of course, who could forget this week right here when it hit 300? No, no, I'm sorry, right here. This is back here. This is the month back when Canada legalized cannabis in our country. Well, there you go, Cam. That's interesting. Look at Beyond Meat. Are they, have they left it alone? BYND? No, they looks like they've got a hold of it again. I mean, they were all over this one. Another high short float, 24%. Well, we actually have a WSB channel. You can actually go to our the channel bar, and we actually have Wall Street Bet stocks right here. Okay, so when you say anything flagged by skills, by trade idea, I mean, you know, I have it here on my watch list as an example. Okay, so I mean, I flagged it. Um, Many scans would have picked something like this up 14%. You know, I mean, so you can create a scan that would have picked this up for sure. Well, not necessarily. I mean, there could have been one in one of the channels. It's possible, you know, that the action is heating up, or one of those scans from within one of those channels would have picked it up. You know, anything over, you know, that's up 15% is going to be picked up somewhere. Yeah, I had it here on my watch list. Now again, delayed, you know, 9:45 at 1856. You know, not bad. I mean, $1 from that. All right, guys, it is 11:35. I'll give it another 10 minutes before I put the YouTube link in. Again, store up all your questions about Brokerage Plus. You want to, you know, do some auto trading, things like that. Talking about stops, etc. Save them all up. Michael will be in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. You see, there's the. Yeah. Okay, so you know you can easily, you know, you want to follow like short float stocks. I mean, it's easy to do. You know, just use our filter. You know, we have the short float percent filter. So if I right click, I can give you this one, but you'll see what I've done here. You know, so the short float has to be at least 17%. You know, and I've got this price range and 300,000 shares minimum. I mean, you can obviously make changes to this, but that's all you do. You know, you want to follow short float percents, and I can sort on the short float percent column to show me the ones with the biggest short float percent. See, here's the bug we've got in this you know, this version I'm using. There we go. So I can't. I have to really stretch this window out so I can see the symbol. I can't grab this. Anyway, that's what has to get fixed. But you can see right there. I mean, there's one. You know, PUBM. Look at the short float percent, 40%, low float. So I can give you guys this. You can play around with it. Meanwhile, skills continues here. Boy, the magic 20. If it takes out 20, the next high looking left is 2034. I mean, this is another one. I mean, look at that short float percent. I don't know if this is a Wall Street bet stock. I don't know. They actually had some news. You know, they're acquiring ad tech company Archie in a $150 million deal. So, I mean, they had some news pre-market. Man, I mean, I've some great alerts here, guys. You know, SKT, another short. Look at the short float percent. I mean, we're you see a pattern. I mean, again, I'm not saying this is a Wall Street bet stock, but I mean, you see the pattern. These ones with high short float percents are having a day. So there's the SKT 1890, 1962. Now, you would have, you know, it would have popped to 1947 after the alert, pulled back, and now look at it. Here's another one, guys. Look at this. Short float percent, WKHS, 31%. Look at this. Look at the volume coming in. You know, I'm pretty convinced. I don't see any news on this one, so you know, this is probably another. So yes, at some point, will there be great shorts on these? Yes, but you know, very tricky right now. And one of the problems I find is that you could say, okay, you know what? Why don't I just take this short? You know, and I'll put the stop at the high right there. The problem with some of these is that if they get really a hold of it, can go right through your stop like that. Depending how tight your stop is too. Exactly. They're totally irrelevant. You'll drive yourself crazy trying to figure out why these things are happening when the fundamentals look horrible. Well, I think AMC is going to take out that pre-market high. Again, our it's right there. There is the actual pre-market high, 44.75. Now, who cares about GME? Seriously, I mean, up 4%. Yeah, I do. I can give you. So okay, this is high short float. This is a top list. Okay, you can start off with this. I think you even have an alert window. So, but let me just give this to you. So the minimum short float is 17%. And I think, let me just see here. I think I might have even one as an alert window. I may not. The shorts are in panic mode. This is one that Dan put together. Let me just see what. And there's pets right there. Let's take a look at it. So there it is, 17%. So you can take a look at this one also. Okay. Now this would have had other stocks in here, but you know I just loaded it at 11:43, so that's why I'm not seeing anything else. All right, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in, and I'll be on my break in about 10 minutes or so. So again, save up all your questions about Brokerage Plus, stops, the whole bit, okay? Michael will be there from 12 to 1. Oops, I didn't... I just want to confirm. I'm sure it is Michael, but I just want to confirm. Haven't even looked at what the market's doing. Market is, well, everything is up. There's no disconnect right now. Well, snooze alert for the SLCT. I mean, it's just doing absolutely nothing. Yeah, the multi-strategy window is meant, typically is used by people that maybe only have one monitor. So screen space is a premium. So you can put as many alert windows into a multi-strategy window as you want. Okay, so that's number one. Well, I mean, that's really what it's meant for. I can take you know, as many alert, okay. And so what I do though is, even though screen space is not an issue for me, what I like to do though is sometime put in a multi-strategy window similar alerts. Okay, so this is the strategy. So the gap, these are all my gap alerts. So the gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. So these are all just these are just 4 individual alert windows. You know, I could break one out and there, that's what it looks like, okay? But I like to have these ones because they're all kind of similar into my multi-strategy window. Yeah, well, that's what you do then. Now you might want to consider getting rid of some. You know, nine is a lot. And how you would do it if you want. So this is what if you want to take an alert window. You want to take your alert windows and put them into a multi-strategy window. This is how you do it. So you right click. You take the first alert window, and you right click, and you collaborate. Right click, collaborate, and copy. Copy all. So what you've done now is you've copied this window. Now, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Multi-Strategy Window. Ooh, I can see what's happening here. Okay. Interesting what happens. Okay. Man, oh man. You know, with this new build, what's happening is it's putting... Oh, gosh. How am I going to do this? Okay, well, here's a multi-strategy window. So now, strategies, hover over strategies, new. These boxes keep popping up, collaborate, and now paste. Okay, so see now, Barry's watched this up. Remember, I copied this one, and now I pasted it in. And now you keep doing it with all the alert windows. You just go to the next one, collaborate, strategies, over the new, hover over the new, collaborate, paste, and just keep doing it over and over and over again. And there's ways in which you can color code. You know, if you want to put a different color, like, you know, I've got different colors on my alert windows within my multi-strategy window. Okay. Yeah, or the strategy. Yeah, the strategy. I mean, I've got the strategy, so I know what it is. Probably don't need the type, just the strategy name. Man, oh man, look at cost now, guys. Now, cost was the other one. Cost was actually the most, probably was the craziest, if you can believe it. Because this came from, you know, $1 something. At least GameStop was coming from $50, or this came from like, I don't know, $3 maybe. There it is, guys. We are now at the pre-market high for AMC. Unflippin' believable. It's not shortable anymore at Interactive Brokers. They've I guess either all the shorts have been snapped up, or they. It's not the big red dot that says, you know, we won't allow you to short it. But just a minute, got to change headsets. All right, I'm back. You know, guys, I mean, BlackBerry, even though this looks like a really late alert at 1329, I mean, it's at 1335 right now. Pre-market high was what, around 14? I mean, there's just no rhyme or reason, but I mean, they're moving. They're just moving. I'm amazed at the how many of them are moving. Pets. Well, I can't short anything right now. I mean, I'm going to be taking my break. Yeah, this is a pretty good one from the AI guys. I haven't, probably should have taken this one, but I'm very distracted with what's happening with AMC. And it's the good distraction. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to stop. I know I don't want to dominate with this AMC stuff, but I mean this is just incredible. Nokia. I mean Nokia was another one, or Nokia was another one. I mean it's having a nice day. It's a huge float. I mean 4.64 billion in the float. Yeah, I mean, in terms of how much I've got, no, but I can tell you that my average now is about $23. It's not like I was in, at $2. I got in, I got in here at 15, just over 15 on this day. I was waiting for that line right there. I sold some just this day here. I think this day here. I can't remember anymore. Might have been even this day. I think it was popping around the 20, and I sold some, and then I bought it all back when it popped over 20, and then here when it got over 30, and then it had that big down day, I sold some, got it back, you know. So I have been trading it, and I've kind of been able to keep a nice core position and trading it though. So my average is about 23, I think, right now. Yeah. What's my exit? I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, there's no. I mean, these are all-time highs right now. I mean, I have a hard time believing it'll go through 50 today, but I don't know. Maybe if it gets anywhere close to 50, I'm sure I'll take some off. All right, guys. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'll be back. Guess what my video of the day is going to be again. Back around 12:40. So I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Okay, Michael, thank you. You're streaming now, so I'm going to head off, guys. So again, head over to, I'll just put the YouTube room or the YouTube link in one more time. You want to head over there while Michael is there and ask him all sorts of questions about Brokers Plus, stops, etc., etc. Okay, Gordon. Okay, Michael, I'll stop my streaming right now.
All right, everyone. Just make sure my sound is working okay here. And that worked. So now let's click on this guy. You should see my desktop, one of my desktops. So awesome. I'm getting some feedback. Yeah, everything's working perfect. All right, guys. So if you're new here, just so you know, what we do is we give Barry an hour off every day at lunch, and we open up the room to Q&A. So any questions you guys may have about trade ideas or trading or auto trading or whatever, save them for this time of day and know that every day there's somebody here who's just going to be devoted just to helping you guys out. Hey, Sam. It's going good. I see AMC's ramping for that 50. All right, Jaden, hold on. I see you got some questions there. So first of all, I will refer you. I know you've seen this, but those questions are answered in our intro video here. So how to divide your equity up into 5 equal parts, right? When you get to the setup point where you're looking to set up the strategy to grab, right, this dollar amount, you would just take the fixed dollars and you divide your account by 5, right? So say I have a $100,000 account, I would put $20,000 per trade and click OK. So now that would divide that account up by 5. So then how to create the one-click strategy. Again, that's covered in depth in that video, but you just go through and either modify a strategy that exists or go to a blue spot, click new strategy, and then just fill in everything that you want, right? Name it whatever you'd like, long and short, point it to what account you look at, when you would like to enter, how you would like to enter, and what your risk management is going to be. Right? So, you're saying you don't want to calculate the share size, which is fine, right? So just use the option fixed dollars, right? And just take your account. Hopefully your account's the value is going to change to the positive every day. So you'll just adjust this every day by taking whatever your account size and divide it by 5, right? So start with, right, say you have a $10,000 account to make the math easy for me, right? 1/5 of that would be 2K. And then, maybe you have a really good couple days and now your accounts were 20K. So then, dividing that by 5, that'd be what, 4,000? just kind of adjust that as it goes. So it's just a quick change every day to whatever your account size is at the time. So yeah, you can do that, and then you're just saying you just want to right click on long and short. So again, once these are set up, these strategies here, right, depending on how you want to exit, that's how I label them, and it will say, you'll right click and say long, or you can use, these buy sell buttons. So for example, I have these buy sell buttons set up to these two strategies right now that I just called day trade long and day trade short. And I just set them up as that video that I've done there shows. And so now when I can right click, I can not only click to trade them, but I can actually click on the price as well. So say we think GME is going to go down here, and we think, I don't know, we want to buy a top on AMC, and I don't know, let's buy a top on PLTR too. You can just see how quickly it is to enter them. Just slowly go through that video and make sure your setup makes sense, and test it in the paper account, obviously, before you go live. But there's a whole, if you look at the bottom of that video, it's nice and segmented as well. Right, so there's chapters along the bottom. If I just bring this in, right, there's chapters here along the bottom. So if I want to go to one-click order entry, I don't even need to watch the whole thing, although you certainly should. But you could just go and click order entry or one-click order entry, and that will walk you through slowly, step by step, how to make sure you're getting all that. So this AMC has certainly gone further than I think most people thought it was going to, but same thing happened before with GME, which you can see is getting some sympathy love, but I'm actually watching it for a short, which may upset some, but just I'm kind of looking at these as a basket. So BBBY, right, that's something they were after. AMC, IMAX. Oh, not so much. So then I look at it and I say, well, GME is actually, relatively speaking, right? If we bring up AMC and then we look at GME, relatively speaking, not doing nearly as much, right? AMC is at all-time highs, where GME hasn't even come close to retaking this high right here. All right, Jaden. So how you deal with, again, explained, I would definitely watch that video, because being the one who did it, I know it explains this in detail. But when it comes to profit target and stop loss, all it does is puts out a traditional profit target and a traditional stop loss order at whatever the output of that formula is, plus or minus price, right? So you can see here I have average shoe range, and I have average shoe range times 2. It will put out a profit target at whatever price plus the average shoe range is for a stop, or price minus the average shoe range for a stop, and price plus the average shoe range times 2 for a profit target. And as I explain in detail in that video that I'm trying to get you to look at there, you cannot use the 1 minute volume percentage. You cannot use the time of day, right? You cannot use consecutive candles. You cannot use average directional indicator or position of open. You can only use things that will be added to or subtracted from price, right? So why wouldn't, for example, the 1 minute volume percentage open? And this is kind of the exact example I use in detail in that video, is that it will, let's just grab, I don't know, volume percentage. Let's just grab anything. Yeah, 1 minute volume percentage, right? Because, and sorry for the people who watch that, because this will just be a replacement. So say the output of this formula is 200. right, where you have 200% average volume. Well, what it's going to do for a stop loss, it's going to take price and it's going to subtract 200 from that price. So if the stock is trading at $10, it's going to try to put out a stop loss order for negative $190. So that won't work, right? Same with, let's use the smart stop as a percentage. We'll say that this exits or outputs 50%, right? That's the output of this formula. It will then, for example, that 50%, it will take that $10 stock and it will subtract 50 from it, and it will come up with an output of negative 40, and that won't work either, right? So again, in the video, we went through I painstakingly went through a couple examples like that. So again, check that out. But you can't use any of those that you've listed. All you can use is whatever the output of the filter is, will be subtracted from price. So make sure, again, whatever you're trying to use is just going to be a whole dollar number that, again, is subtracted from price. Someone's asking about how I put in the average true range times 2. I'll give you this video right here that will show you about the custom formula editor. And what I did, I'll find something there, is I just brought in, we'll do a little custom formula thing. While I'm loading this up, there's another question. Is there a way to tell which of your alerts triggered the trade in Brokerage Plus? Well, yeah. So if you have all of these set up differently, it's going to have a name attached to it. So you can just add in under columns, and you get there just by right-clicking anywhere in this blue space. And there's a strategy name column. So if I import that, as long as I have them named correctly here, it will show me here. Like these are actually initiated from that day trade short that I showed you. So that's how that will tell you where they came from. So custom formula. So to get to the custom formula section, you just have to go to our website and then go to account, and it comes up here. Again, this video will talk about it in detail, but the two documents for the custom formula, which are the most important, are this one and this one here down at the bottom, and they'll show you basically everything that you can do, and if it's not here, then you can't. And same with, these are all the filter codes. And you can basically, the long and short of what you can do with custom formulas is just basic math on pre-existing formulas. So I looked at, let's grab this and go range. So I took average true range, which you can see right here is the formula ATR. And then I go in here and I just read this. So I would suggest reading through this, but it says pretty easily the operators, right? So these are all the different operators, same as C language, but it's also the same as like Excel, right? I'm not a programmer. So if you can use Excel, you can use this. So I take this, it says ATR, and I just added a new formula. So I had ATR and then multiplied by 2. And then you can name it whatever you want. You could call it ATR times 2 or whatever you put there for name doesn't matter too much, other than the fact that you need to make sure that it's named. And then what units? Is it a dollar or percentage or what have you? In this case, we'll go dollars, and you hit save, and then that will just populate it in this other section. So, for example, now when I look up this will be the one that I built earlier. I'll go average. And where is it? Oh, down here. So you're right. I have average true range times 2, average true range times 5, average true range divided by 2. And again, it's basic math that you can do to the formulas, but you can do some cool stuff with it. Where again, I'm basically trying to find for day trades, average true range divided by 2 may be a better way to do it, and then average true range times 2 may be better for swing trades, stuff like that. That's basically how you do it, but that video, save that because that will walk you through step by step. The formula section and everything that's possible with it, and basically, and to quickly answer what's possible with it is if you can see the filters in those 2 pages that I showed you, then you can modify them with basic math, and if you don't see them there, then you can't. Box was our trade of the week. Someone's talking about Box. Yeah, that was a really good trade of the week for sure. Just a nice orderly pullback here. Right, big strong engulfing candle there on Friday, so it just kind of ran off the open there. It's up a couple percent anyway, so that's good. Let's actually save this layout. Let's take a look around the channels, see what the strength alerts are looking like. ARTC is looking interesting here on this pullback. Put in a little line there. Let's actually add that as a price alert and create that just to warn me if it comes in a little more. It might be a good buy there. My robot vacuum just turned on. Hold on. Get out of here. So what else, other than the meme stocks, there's anything else going on? One-click strategies and risk management. I selected consecutive candles 1 minute, which again, just described above and in that video, that won't work. And target selected candles at 1 minute. Again, Jaden, I would really go watch the one-click order entry video where I kind of explain in detail that won't work and why it won't work. And again, it's because that will output. You got to look at it. What is that going to output, right? So if I go to your thing and I say, okay, let's add in consecutive. It's better if I spell. So I go consecutive 1 minute, and let me show this column. So this outputs a -1, a 1, a -3, a 0, a -1. And as I talked about in detail in that video that I sent you last week, so I would please check that out, is that because it's going to subtract that from price, it won't work. Because if you subtract 0 from price and you say, I want to subtract 0, I want to take the price of the stock, I want to subtract nothing from it, and I want to put out a stop loss, you can imagine what would happen, right? And if I said, hey, I want to say the price is $10 and I want to subtract -1 from price or add 1 to price and put that out as a stop loss, it will not work, right? So it just cannot work at all again, as explained in those videos for sure. So again, please watch the video. It will for sure answer the question about why those won't work for you. Is there any way to tell which of your alerts? Oh, you must have missed it. I already answered that. Yes. Add in the column. So right click on Brokerage Plus, add in columns, and add in the column that I have right here, strategy name. And it will tell you from what strategy those came from. Right? So if you see GME there and GME is showing strategy, opening range, breakout, meme stock trader, or whatever you called it, then you know that it triggered from there. And if it's not there, then it didn't. And of course, make sure every professional trader has a spreadsheet that matches that they're tracking the trades that should have happened versus the trades that did happen and all of that. So just make sure at the end of the day, you're adding those to your journal for sure. Can you convert a trailing stop to a fixed stop and vice versa? No, you can trail a normal stop manually just by, dragging the price around like that. Or you can just cancel the stop and put out another stop within Interactive Brokers or wherever. But yes, but in the strategy you have multiple alerts. Well, yeah, so you're going to know whether or not it triggered. Oh, so you're saying if it printed multiple times throughout the day, you just have to go look at the first alert, line up the alert price with your trade price. Right, again, all of that, I'm sure, again, you're doing that in your spreadsheet and your end of day trade tracking. But yeah, just go through and, so if the alert happened at $10 and your fill was at $10, then you know it was that one. And if you have it set up so it will only trade the first one, then you know it's going to be the first one. And then another way you could do it is you could just click on the alert and see the arrow and see if that lines up with where you got filled. Which again, I'm sure you're tracking all this. There's no sane traders not. Yeah, so if you click on the alert, it will show you there as well when that would have triggered. It will pop up, right? So if I bring out this alert window and I click on this, I have it turned off, but it will show you an arrow, and then just does that line up with your fill, right? And again, I'm sure you're tracking which of these are going on in a spreadsheet or trading journal or something. So just make sure you note that in your trading journal. And then again, keep in mind that if you have selected send at most once per day for the strategy, then it'll be the first instance of that alert, right? It will only be the first instance of that alert. If you have it trade multiple times throughout the day, then there could be multiple alerts. Generally, I don't have that turned on where it will trade the same symbol a bunch of times per day, because there's nothing stopping from trading many times per day and causing all kinds of issues with that. I'm just going to keep averaging in on this. Show you guys what a bad idea it is to keep averaging in on something. I'm on a sim here, obviously, because I'm demoing stuff for you guys. So let's keep averaging into AMC and see how much we get smacked. Every time it upticks, I'll double. How not to trade with the daytime Q&A. And keep in mind, there are people that actually trade like this and just get killed eventually. you gotta know there has to be a handful of people who've just been shorting this thing as it goes, saying this is just too crazy. This is just too crazy. But really, if you've been trading for any length of time, seeing a stock go from, $10, $20 to 50, so seeing a stock triple is not the rarest thing in the world. But there we go. We'll average in. Let's get this Palantir out of the way, just so we can dump all of the fake monies. So really, other than the meme stocks, right? And this is a kind of analysis I was doing before I got on here, is trying to see what actually is moving the market. And right now, it almost seems like the meme stocks are holding this up, to me anyway. And on the SPY, we have to really be cognizant of this most recent high right there. We failed at it twice, which is kind of a disconcerting sign. So if this day becomes or ends like this kind of spinning top candle, then I'm going to really, really be watching the low of these two candles. If that gets violated, then things could get a little dicey for sure. And a little dicey means, maybe pull back to the deal with this primary trend support right here. Right, we've had this trend line that's been working out great. So do we come back and test that and then push higher? Do we come back and test that and break? And then we'll have to watch 400 to see what's going on there. But geez, 58, almost $60. All right, well, let's do it. The funny thing with this style of trading, again, there's a lot of people. Am I already out of buying power? No, I can't be. There are people that do this kind of style of trading and it will work 9 times out of 10 even. But as you'll see with the one time that something goes parabolic like this, it just kills you. It's why the first rule in my trading plan is just don't. Never, ever, ever average into a loser. It is the quickest way. Quickest way to the poorhouse is to keep averaging in on losers. AMC has added $7 billion in market cap in the last hour. And that was before this last rocket. So what even is the market cap of this thing right now? 30 billion. For reference, what's the market cap of IMAX? 1 billion. CNK? 2 billion. If you guys are just looking for where I'm seeing this, it's just right in there. It's wild. We might be squeezing. Did it just get halted? It may have. Let's so if you guys ever want to know, we do have the ability to scan for stocks when they halt and when they resume, and just go to new alert window and you can see it right here. And then you can actually go in and add tickers to that. So for example, what'd I break? Oh, there it is. Let's make a new list. And we'll just call it memes. And we're just going to put AMC and GME. So now these two will watch for when just these two tickers halt, which you are seeing. Yeah. Yeah, it halted. So it will tell you halted at 71 or 61.71 at 12:26, which will be different from the time that you see up here. It's just an hour different from time zone. So, and this will actually tell you when the name will actually, or when it does resume as well. So that's a way you can quickly go and say, I just want to watch to see if, and you can also use the halt resume scanners for just when things halt, right? Some people will want to play stocks coming out of a halt. They'll do something like, look for a strong stock that was halted at a certain time, and then when it unhalts, they'll build a trading strategy around that unhalt. I would say be very careful with something like that, just because it's, if something just halted, there's nothing stopping it from just rehalting again. These circuit breaker halts can trigger when, I'm sure some of you guys remember from, was it February, when GME was going absolutely insane, that it was halting and unhalting and halting and unhalting, seemingly every few seconds. And that's really hard to trade, because you just can't control your risk in a way, in a way that would be inducive to normal day trading, right? Where, you can put out a stop and feel relatively confident that that stop will get hit. Now, I'm sure this was just a circuit breaker, and we'll go from there. The AI strategies trade window, the column for max profit max time a day doesn't update if you get higher, just like DXC. Well, let me just look what's going on with DXC. I wouldn't really pay too much attention to the columns there. I'm on a server that's just not updating the AI right now. I really haven't looked at those. I'll send that report over to it, but really, I don't know what too much it matters. Oof, resumed and a big tick down. Years ago, I got caught in a halt for about a month. Ooh, that sucks. Now, these are not those kind of halts. They're volatility halts. And you can, if you just Google volatility halts, you can read all about them. Right, so there's this one from Centerpoint, that it will just tell you about types of trading halts. So circuit breaker level 1 for 15 minutes. Oh, so these are index wide, but you can find volatility halts. Here we go. Yeah, so halt above 10% of ATPR. So basically what it does, long story short, you can read all about it, but long story short, what's happening here is that when a stock moves X amount in X period of time, which they deem too much, there is a halt there. And as we can see, it's very dangerous to trade around these halts for sure. But basically, the theory behind it is just they want everyone a second to chill out in case there's news to be disseminated, or in case I don't agree with them. You'll find that most traders don't agree with them. You should just let the market decide the price, but it's supposed to just keep a cap on emotions as time goes on. Yeah, and you're right. NASDAQ has a list of current stocks that are halted and what codes. You can go through all that, or you can just watch this. You can see this is nuts. So 10:26, we halt. We wait 5 minutes, and that's why you can see it's about exactly 5 minutes between the halt and the resume, because that's just what the rules say is halted for 5 minutes. And then it resumes, and then a minute later it halts again. So GME, because it's a more expensive stock, even though the chart looks as wild, it's actually moving on a percentage basis way less than AMC. So that's why this one's not halting where the other one is. Let's look at, I had Palantir up because that's another one from Wall Street Bets, but let's go to Bed Bath & Beyond. See, that one's just wild again. Basically, if you're a heavily shorted retail stock right now, you're running. The question is, was that it? These normal tops on stocks generally take time and energy to digest. A stop, V bottoms are common, V tops are rare. However, if something goes just completely insane like that, V tops are common, right? Think Bitcoin in 2017, 2018, around there. When things get parabolic, the end is always the same. And I'm rooting for everyone with this stock and with GME and everything as much as the next guy. I would love some dangerous actors in the hedge fund space to get slapped because of what they did with shorting more shares than existed and stuff like that. So from a story, I'm with them. I've just been around to know how parabolic moves ends, and bubbles are fun until the moment they're not. So if you're gonna trade these, knowing that they're bubbles, you just have to make sure that you're in, and that you have a plan to get out. And that's what I'm worried about, is that most of these diamond hands all hold forever, that type of thing. It's just, by its nature, if you hold forever, then you don't make any money, right? Right? That's the crux of it. So you got to sell at some point. The question is when. So if you're going to trade them, have an exit. Now, I have been trading GME since the craziness for a long time. Going to be interesting to see if it bounces off previous all-time highs. Yeah, what was the previous? Let's go out. I'm sure Barry's been watching all this as well. I'm way more boring when it comes to my trading than even Barry is, looking at momentum plays. See, it's interesting. And yeah, so these all-time highs, you're talking around 35-ish, give or take. The problem is they've issued a whole bunch of shares throughout here. So from a market cap point of view, we are at, far and above what would be for kind of those daily or those all-time highs, right? Because from a market cap point of view, from a market cap point of view, this thing has never been even close to this high. So it's doubled from all-time price highs, and then it also has all-time market cap highs. So we're bouncing from here, and that will be real interesting to watch. do people look at $60 as, okay, last time we were here, we just fell from $60 to, or $60 to 50, maybe I should get out? Or do people look at it as, now we won't get halted again if we hit 60. So we're gonna really lean on it. And again, you can see another pretty much exactly 5 minutes between the halt and the resume here. So we had the halt at 12:32, and then we had the resume at 12:37. So these are all just volatility halts. So again, the point of them is to go from there. I appreciate all your videos. Oh, thanks, man. The max columns are supposed to be what the high is for that strategy, depending if it's conservative mode, right? So the max P&L on conservative mode would be whatever the profit target is, and the max time a day would just be what time that profit was achieved. Yeah, you're right. Is that really relevant? I don't think so. It's just kind of hindsight. I would spend the time, instead of focusing on what was the max that I possibly could have is focused on what your exit would be, based off your trading plan when you're trading the AI, right? And of course, you're going to have a trading plan even if you're trading the AI, because you're not just going to willy-nilly follow a black box. So instead of saying, okay, these are what the max P&Ls would have been, I would just look at it and say, okay, what was my exit strategy with them, and how would that have yielded? But again, max should be what the max P&L is for each kind of symbol for each day, based off the entry. And here, let's just go. Let me just switch servers. Primary. And then we'll go on the AI. And just add in some of these max profit time. Just add those in. I never look at these because to me they're just irrelevant. So yeah, here's the max P&L. So that would have been conservative mode, right? This should stop at max profit because the profit target's right there. So it shouldn't get any bigger than that. And it's about the same, right? Right? Yeah, within a few bucks, which again, it's close enough. So yeah, that's what it should show, is the highest amount of money you in theory could have made from the stock that day. But what's a good exit plan for an AI trade? Depends on so it's going to depend on your written and tested trading plan. And as I always say, if you do not have a written and tested trading plan, stop trading. You're gambling, right? You wouldn't open up a restaurant without a business plan for that, or a quickie mart without a business plan for that. So if you don't have a business plan for your trading, you're gambling. So stop. But it's going to be up to you, right? So the problem with exits is there are no perfect exits, right? There's every exit that you come up with is going to be wrong, right? Because the only way you can be right about an exit is if you just perfectly time the top every time, which is just not ever going to happen, right? You never time the bottom, you never time the top. So what you need to do is you need to say, okay, my trading plan is this. I want to hold things for a short period of time because I'm a very aggressive trader, or I want to hold things for a longer period of time because I want to let them go. I want to, I want to be in the stocks all day. So I'm going to let them go all day and exit at the end of the day. The wider your exit strategy, the more, the basically think of it an exit strategy like a seesaw, right? The more aggressive your exit strategy, the more correct you will be, the more often correct you will be, but the lower amount of money you'll make when you're correct versus when you're incorrect, and vice versa. If you, for example, if you say, I'm going to trail behind a 10 period moving average, that's going to yield certain results. If you change that to a 20 period moving average, you're going to be right less often, but you're going to make way more money when you're right. And vice versa. If you go the other way around and you say, okay, I'm going to switch that 10 period moving average to a 5 period moving average, you're going to be right more often, but you're going to get shaken out. You're not going to make as much when you're right. Right. So it's it's going to entirely depend on your style, your hold time, how aggressive you're going to be, all of those things. It should also be kind of strategy dependent. So say I'm saying, what about a Bollinger Band top as an exit point? Maybe, right? Test it and find out. What I would say is that if you're doing a breakout strategy, it may actually be breaking through the Bollinger Band as you're buying it, right? If you're doing a revision to the mean strategy, that Bollinger Band is going to be way further away, way harder, right? So again, I think the hardest part of trading is the exit strategies for sure. I would say grab something that has a decent, something that makes sense to you, and just stick with it, track it versus what would have happened. Like, so again, every professional trader tracks all of their trades that they've ever made, and what they could have done better on every single one of those trades. If you're not doing that, you should do that as well. But then what you could do is you could say, well, if I had exited like this for a week period across all trades, I would have gotten this amount of money, right? So for example, if I used a 10 period moving average, I would have made this. If I used a 20 period moving average, I would have made this. If I used a 50 period moving average, I would have done this. And then you can compare and contrast those and see which of them fit your personality the best. Because some people are fine with having a 30% win rate and just really letting the runners go. And that's great. Some people, that would drive them absolutely insane. They would go nuts, and they need like a 60% win strategy or win rate. And so to get that, you have to be much tighter on the risk reward. So instead of maybe going for 2 to 1, you're going for 1.5 to 1 or something like that. So again, I always kind of equate trading to like weight loss, right? There is no perfect plan. It's different for everyone. And B, if you don't come up with the plan yourself, you're not going to follow it for the long run. You're going to burn out and go, this doesn't work, and move on to something else. So if you work to build that strategy, your discipline to stick to it is going to increase dramatically. And there you go, Jaden. That's the A table. Just make sure you save it to the cloud, and go from there. What are the memers doing? Let's just go to the Wall Street Bets channel. Oh, no worries at all, man. let's bring back this halt resume scanner. I like that. What I do, I went new, alert window, halt and resume, and then I just want to point it to, where's my meme? We built a meme stock, didn't we? Memes. Whoops. Memes. Just in case these things get halted again. Did it get halted? No, same one, right? Didn't get halted again, did it? No. Okay, that's the original halt. You can see the arrow that it puts in right here. It's in the Traders Vault channel. Ah, yes, it is. Your thought on Mossy, MOSY. Now, note, I am a technical trader only, and I am a very boring technical trader. So it's interesting. Just broke out to new highs. Again, I could never bring myself to buy something that went from $3 to $7 in that period of time. I just can't. I've been around long enough to see those things crash back down, so I just can't. Like, there's someone out there right now who bought AMC today. There's somebody out there right now who's who picked up AMC at $60, right? There's just, and it's funny because all of these, the war on the hedge funds and all of this, it's the bag holders are going to be, unfortunately, the people like I talk to in my quote unquote normal life when I'm not talking about trading. People, they come up and they say, hey, it's, I read about AMC, so I went in and I bought some at $60. I'm like, ugh. Technical trading is cooler one anyways. Oh, no problem. And that's just me. I just can't. Anytime I look at something that's rocketed like that, I just can't bring myself to buy it. I just look at it and say, it would have been nice, right? This one, this MOSY. It's like, I just look at that and say, man, it would have been nice. The entry, the good entry on this, let's just do this. Well, people are asking for charts, right? Where I would have loved to enter this would have been somewhere in here, right? You get the first initial push up, and then you get a pullback, and that pullback, the prior resistance right here, became support right there. So I would have loved to buy something like MOSY as it bounced off this prior resistance area that is future support. But I look at it up here and say, well, we're right at the last time we crashed, right? The last time we were up here, we crashed, and then it's just gone way too far. You're talking, 60% on this leg or 100% total. I'll miss that. I'll be okay with it. I'll move on. SKLZ. See, this one, again, it looks a little bit better because it hasn't rocketed, but it's up how much today? SKLZ. It's up 31% today. Like, I can't buy a stock that's up 31% in one day. I just can't do it. So, maybe this bar makes you put it on watch and you get a base for a couple days, or maybe you get a little bit of a pullback or something like that. But you can see what they're doing, right? They're hammering every stock out there with a short float. And it's happened this last time too, right? So SKLZ has a 30%, Z has a 30% short float, MOSY has a 12% short float. You can see right here. Maybe is this easier if I leave that on for you? GME has a big short float. AMC has a big short float. So they're doing a run on the shorts. And it's not insane to what they're doing. I get it. It's been since the beginning of time, people have been squeezing shorts. They haven't invented anything. There's nothing new. And, these things were insanely heavily shorted. Like GME, it was priced and shorted as if it was going to go bankrupt. And that may, that still may be true. I don't know. Maybe they don't get their stuff figured out. They don't go digital. And as someone who plays video games myself, I'm never going to go to a GameStop ever again unless they, if they do something online, cool. But why wouldn't I just use Steam or something like that, right? So, but it's just if you find something that's short, you can put a run on the shorts. Again, it's a game as old as time. Right, the Volkswagen short. If you guys want to do a history lesson, look up the Volkswagen short squeeze. They find heavily short stocks. Usually it's someone releases a news report or something like that, but now it's just a bunch of people on Reddit pop on it. Right? And I don't think those guys should get any more gripe for what they're doing than a big hedge fund manager who would do a run on a short. What's the average percentage movement of a stock? I'm looking in the day. I'll usually compare that to ATR, right? So if the stock normally moves 5% a day and it's up 10% in that one day, then I'm not really interested in buying on that day. If the ATR, for example, is, and let's just load it up. Let's just load it up here. We'll turn on symbol linking, and then we'll do properties, symbol linking right there, right? And then so these single stock windows are great where you can remove all kinds of stuff and add all kinds of stuff. So let's just do this, and we'll do average true range. Right, so all I have in there is average true range. So the average true range for SKLZ, which basically just means on average over the last 14 or so days, the stock moves about $1.36. Well, today it's up $5, right? So it's 5 times what it normally does. Again, that's just enough for me, right? I'm okay with missing the one thing. You can always tell the difference between new traders and old fogies like myself is because the new traders are really upset when they miss things like this. The old guys like myself are just, oh, there'll be one tomorrow. There's always some sort of a craze. So it's not like I'm looking at this and saying it's a bad looking stock. It's just, I missed it. Right. So maybe it goes on a list because it's got that high short float, and things with high short floats are getting hammered right now. But, maybe I look at this in a week or so and it's built a nice little base. Maybe it just kind of chops between 20 and 22 here for a while. And then I can buy it on a break of that base and I can put my stop. And the reason I don't like them overextended is A, because they look overextended, but B, I'm always looking at every trade and I'm saying, what can I lose? So SKLZ is up here at 22. The logical place for a stop, if I was a swing trader, has to be at least at today's low, right? So now it's up 30% today. So I'm going to have to risk 30% a share for a logical stop on a swing trade. I can't do that, right? Because for it to make sense to me, I have to be able to make at least 60% on the stock. Is there a chance that you could make 60% on a stock? For sure, right? So if we go to the calculator and we do 22 times 1.6, times 1.6, so 35, right? That would have to be your first target. So you're going to have to buy it here. And if your stop goes here, your first target has to be there, or you're just doing like a 1-to-1 gamble, which I just wouldn't. Then that's just not a good trade for me, right? And I look at every single trade like that. What did I pick up recently? ATNX. Yeah, I picked up ATNX right here. Right, and the theory was I'm going to be wrong if it goes right here. So I'm risking this little bit. I'm risking from 475 to 450. So I'm risking 25 cents. So then I got to say, well, what's the chance that I can get to 525? Well, 525 is just right here. So that's just this high I'm targeting right here. That to me is a good trade. Because if I can risk 1 to make 2, and I can be right 30 to 40% of the time, that's it. That's all I want, right? So that's how I look at every trade. The first thing I do when I bring up a trade, I say, okay, well, if I entered here, where's my risk? Right? And that's going to decide everything. If the risk is a long way away, I'm just not interested in the stock. I don't care how pretty the setup is. I don't care how good the name is. I don't care how sure people are that on, what they read on Reddit or wherever it's going to go up. I'm just not, I'm not interested. So that's, for me anyway, that's the order of operations. If I were to buy it here, where does my stop go is step 1. Step 2 is what does the chart look like? Step 3, all of those things. So if I got in 17 and I'm taking profits now, if you got in 17, that's a great trade. So again, your exit, and I hate to be this guy, but your exit is whatever your trading style for your exit is, right? So you should have already had, before you enter a stock, you should already know where you're going to enter if you're wrong. So where's your stop loss? And you're going to try to figure out what is your exit plan. And your exit plan should have things like trailing stops, profit targets, however you want to enter. So you should already know before you went in. Now, I would look at this and I'd say, well, we're right up against this resistance right here. Let's see. If it basically, I would probably just put a stop loss kind of right in there and say, well, if we break back down through and it looks like we're going to close under this resistance, then I'd probably want to get out. That's how I would look at it personally. I would just have a stop loss right here and leave it. But, I implore you, you have to have a trading plan. You just have to. And it has to say, I'm going to enter because of this reason, and I'm going to enter or exit because of this reason, and here's my profit target, here's my trailing stop, here's everything. And it all has to be written down, because your job as a trader is to come in every day and just robotically execute your trading plan. And then at night, when the market's closed, that's when you can tweak plans, that kind of thing, right? I can answer the ATR question right before I leave. Barry's going to kick me out in a second. So go to your single stock window, grab any one, right click in the middle of it and hit configure. And then you're going to have all of your columns right here that you can add. For me, what I like to do is I like to go to search and just type in what I want. So I want average true range. You're going to click on that and then just click show column. And you can see it moved it already for you into the selected columns. And you just click OK. And you see average true range right there. Can I explain limit offsets? I have to go because Barry is going on. Again, if you check out the intro video, I talk, I think, for about 5 minutes straight about limit offsets. So again, you have to take your time, sit down and watch the video, right? You just got to. I talk in great detail about a limit offset, about what it is, right? And then all you do is you start tracking it like anything else. I have my limit offset at X. I'm getting filled on most of my trades. It's good. I'm not getting filled. It's bad, right? But again, covered in depth in the video there. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's just you got to track it. You got to figure out how many trades are you getting filled in, and is that acceptable? Do you want to get filled in more? Do you want to get filled in less? All of that, and kind of go as things go. Oh, they're trying for another leg there. All right, guys, nice chatting with you, and yeah, Sam. Hopefully soon for that email. It's mostly done. I think I'm just more nervous about it than anything, but we'll chat about that soon, and I'll talk to you guys later.
AI. Use it as a watch list, guys. I mean, I wouldn't concern myself so much about all the alerts you get. Just, what I do is I sort on the aggressive profit percent column, and I follow those stocks that are up the most or giving us the biggest gains percentage wise. I follow those all day. There it is. Yes, AMC is gearing up. I mean, we joked about 100. I know Martin a couple of days ago, 3, 4 days ago, said, 100 question mark is. I mean, it's just going to make a new high. I mean, just got to, another few pennies to go. Ija, thank you, Ija. 100, not 100K. That's GME. Come on, get your meme stocks. Yeah, the difference is, of course, is that ANVS was not a Wall Street bet stock. This was a bio with that insanely low float. Skills continues to make new highs. I'd love to see if this can just base a bit. But look at this 15-minute chart, just straight up. I mentioned this just before I took my break. I mean, 11:51, so I took my break just a little after. I said 13:29 for BlackBerry. I mean, does it seem late? Look at this, 13:29, 14:45. Tacked on $1 before it pulled back with some of the other ones. Coming back again, BB. I feel foolish being in this SLCT, which doesn't move. you know. And as you say, it's got more. SKLZ got more. This is just so many areas right there. 1945 at 1856, or there's the time, and I think it was probably the same. Yeah, 1856. Same alert essentially. SKLZ. Well, why not? Put the alert, put my price alert up here. If it takes that high out, I mean, like I'm not saying it's going to 100. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise. Nothing surprises me on this one now. Fubo is another one. Sure, Fubo is another one. I mean, look at the volume, 15 million. I mean, it's not extraordinary. It's 1.7 times normal. But look at the short float, 21%. Breaking out on that weekly chart. I mean, it's above last week's high. The next one is, well, I mean, it's 32.14. So there's, $4 till it gets to the next weekly high. Yeah, it might fall down there, but okay. Now we're at the well, we're at a day's high and an all-time high. Excuse me for AMC. So we just keep putting price alerts higher and higher and higher and see what happens. Hey, there we go. So let's put another one. Why don't we go 70? Yeah, I mean, it's the only problem with that. Well, it's not a problem. I mean, if you're in this one, but the only problem is it's just difficult for me anyway to really concentrate on anything else. Yeah. Well, what is one of your ones in your swing account? Does it have a high short float percent? My guess is no. Yeah, well, that's the first thing you got to do. Oh man, 70. I mean, all right. I'm going to do something really stupid. Not stupid, but I'm going to put our price alert at 100. There we go. OEG is one I wanted a long time ago. I couldn't get it. It was down too much. I could not get it where I wanted to. You know, guys, I mean, I'm serious. I keep thinking I'm kidding when I'm putting these price targets. You know, when it was at 64, I put 70. I'm not kidding anymore. Well, not a price target, a price alert, not a target. There are no targets. How do you have a target in this? I mean, there's no targets. Hey, they finally became available. The shorts have given up. There you go, 70. All right. 75. I feel like an auctioneer. Do I hear 70, 75, 75, 72 going once? That was just absolutely bogus coverage on that, saying that that Robinhood had halted trading. Yeah, well, I like to have fun with them, Frank. I do. I do like to have fun with them. Ah, and the shorts. Okay, so 30,000 shorts at IB just got snapped up. AMC. No, I know they came out and said they were wrong. I mean, it was just a halt. It was just a normal trading halt for volatility. What? It didn't go to 75 yet? What's wrong? PLTR. Really? Is Palantir doing its thing? Yeah, no, yeah, well, no kidding. Not quite the same percentage increase, but hey, it's the float, right? I mean, 1.4 billion in the float. I mean, it's just going to take a lot more to move it, but hey, it's having a nice day. Yeah, that's what I've been saying, Sarah. I mean, a move. What are we now? I wonder. I don't know what the record would be, but a double with almost a half a billion in the float has to be some kind of a record. I don't know what the record is. Yeah. So I mean, okay, I said 400, half a billion, 500 million, 440, whatever it is, it's big. Yeah, that is but those are one of those Liberty stocks. I remember seeing, yeah, we saw those and very, very low. Well, yeah, those Liberty stocks. Yes, I do remember what you're talking about. Ah, man. Vivo. There was a nice gap down and reverse for Vivo. Where did we see that one? Yeah, 1859. Pretty nice one. I mean, 1859, there was the original alert right at 945. Took a while, but inching its way back up. 1906 now, 1907 now. Oh, Gary, I mean, we were just kind of fooling around with the. You know how to create a price alert? I was just saying, I would if I'm in something and I want it to move higher, I just put a price alert higher than the price to try to induce it up. I mean, it's just a joke, of course. I have no. The price alert is just it's just kind of a joke. I did just hear, though, a big concert. I don't know what it was billed at. Obviously, some kind of a Renaissance tour, Pet Shop Boys, etc. They were supposed to be in September. They've pushed it back now, and they had a whole bunch of big old names. I mean, lined up for it, and now it's been pushed back to next year. Speaking to the opening up of the United States. Yeah, we've seen AHT earlier, yes. Let's take a look at CNK. I mean, CNK has been left behind completely. What's the short float? I mean, it's a pretty decent short float. CNK has been left behind. You know, obviously another big movie chain. Well done, Zach, on your AMC short so far. And now we have a halt on the way down for AMC. Yeah, so there's like 2,000 shares. So no, not shortable anymore. They got snapped up. AMC got halted on the way down. Yes. Yeah, actually, you're right. A big red bar on the SPY now. So all the indices, SPY's just up just a little bit. Dow's down. Tech is down. All right, guys. I took a little loss on the SLCT. I'm out of it. Not yet, FA, no. It's too buggy still. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, the major problem for me is the column sizing. You can't do it easily, and so what would happen is if you loaded a layout that you had, and then all of a sudden you couldn't see maybe you couldn't see the symbol, or it was squashed, the time or something else, volume, and you tried to expand it, you can't do it. I understand it's been fixed now, but right now, so anyway, the long-winded, no. But when you can, this is the sort of thing. Oh, that's interesting. I was just going to show you something and I can't do that. Let me just try something else. So what I'm eventually going to do, so here's an example of a docked window, with my pre-market stuff in it. I can just load this one, take a look at this. And you can have as many docked windows as you want. So you can bring up different looks. For me, I mean, it's not a big deal for me, but it's nice. I have to admit, it's nice. So I can just bring up the windows I want for the pre-market, shut them down once the market opens with my other docked windows of the other scans that I want to see. What I was going to show you though was the sector analysis. And something's gone haywire here. See, I don't know if that's a bug. Let me just do a reset of my account. Just give me a moment here. I just want to load that and see if there's an issue. It can't be. Oops. Where am I? Where am I? Okay, so there is data coming in. Give me a moment. I just want to see something again. I'm gonna have to ask Brad. Actually, let me see if it's all of them. New dock channel bar. No, this is what it's supposed to look like. Maybe I have a corrupted file or something. So this is an example of what you can do. So I opened up this sector status window from the channel bar. Notice that my layout remains. Okay. So again, I think this is kind of a cool one to have up. You don't have to look at it all day long, but you want to take a look at different sectors and see how they're performing. What is the worst sector? What's the best sector, etc. So you can see right off the bat, I mean, you know, the market is just kind of blah today. Not really up much, down much. But for instance, you look at communications. So 84% of the stocks, 84% of the stocks are down in the communication sector, 15% are up. You know, consumer discretionary, 80% down. I mean, you would think the market's down a lot, actually. I'm looking at a lot of these. I don't see anything. I mean, real estate is the one, you know, virtually everyone is up. And so what I like to do is what is the one that's down, and maybe trying to figure out, well, why is this one down? Why is WY down? It's the only stock in the real estate sector that is down. That makes up the ETF, as an example. So I mean, this is the sort of thing you can glance at, you know, during the course of the day. You don't have to have it up and running all day long. You see what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to. Yeah, see. This is the bug. I cannot. So if I want to see these prices, I have to try to stretch out this window, and I can't. So it's just stuff like that that has to be fixed. How do you change the colors in scan windows? You mean like here? My alert window, I have it in green. I have this one in yellow. Is that what you mean, Glenn? Okay, Zach. I hope you enjoyed your short of AMC. So, Glenn, yeah, are you talking about these the colors you see here? Okay, so Glenn, can you hear me? Well, Vivo, boy, I was looking at Vivo as a potential long, you know, that move, and boy, it just absolutely got driven down. Yeah, the reason is because it's the way it's sorted. So, for instance, if this is sorted, most of the time it won't be sorted like that. But if I write, so for instance, the don't repeat is grayed out on this particular window because when I look at view mode, I'll almost guarantee if one of them is grayed out, right click right click properties and click on view mode, and I'm almost sure it'll be checked group and sort by. The default is newest. Normally we want the newest, okay? And that's the only reason it'll be grayed out. So if you don't want it grayed out, then you have to click on newest. probably what you've done is you have, well, I don't know what you've done actually. If which one are you trying to do a don't repeat on? But that's the reason. It's because it's again, right click, properties, view mode, and it's sorted on group and sort. The minute you do that, you will not have the don't, you'll not be able to access the don't repeat. As opposed to this, right click, properties, view mode is on newest first. Well, I don't know about the best. I mean, I just like to have it because then I can kind of go back and see, okay, I had an alert for MVIS at 9:31. The price was 9:38. What did it do from there? Okay, so there's the candle. There's the alert. From 9:38, it got up to 9:70. I mean, not bad, but so I don't know how to answer that question exactly. I like to see it because I like to go back and see, okay, how well did how well did these things function after the first alert? I mean, that's why I have it up and running. You know, I mean, if you had a window then that was, if you had a what you thought maybe was a fairly good strategy, and that every time and then you did something like the don't repeat, and every time if I clicked on every single one of these and none of them went up, okay, from the alert, I might think, maybe I better, modify something as an example. From the alert 554, it chopped around a bit, but it did get up to 614. Things like that. That for me is interesting. Just a minute, guys. I'll be right back. The panic one? Sure. That is from Dan. I don't want to take credit for it. That is from Dan. Let me see. I'm sure I have it somewhere. I know I have it. Just have to load it. There it is. The shorts are in panic mode. You are welcome. We had Twinkies before. Now we got Tootsie Roll. TR. Another high short float percent. So I guess, Glenn, you can't hear me, okay? I'll have to move on. All right, yeah, GTT, I see it, and it actually showed up in the options scan at 205, 217 now. Not really a low float, 20% though short float. What do we got here on the right? 266, 209, 222. So just got to get through that 220. Vmar. Another, yeah, some volume coming in. I guess box, this was the trade of the week. I guess it's still valid. Nice short OEG. We're trying to get this around 580, 585 in fact, and couldn't get the fill. You know, the uptick rule kind of nailed me, and I just didn't feel like trying to chase it down. Then I just forgot about it. I mean, it really didn't do anything for a long time. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, about 3 hours. And finally it took out that 80, but I was long, I had forgotten about that. Yeah, no kidding. Great job, Ija from the YouTube room. Talked about GTT earlier. So, I mean, this is pretty good. 205 on the alert, 240 now. I mean, it may, look, I'm not saying it's not, well, it's not shortable for me. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. right. Are you serious? TCAT's been halted since yesterday? Really? I don't think so. Oh, you're saying it looks like it. Oh, okay. No, it hasn't been. Okay. Okay, VIVO has come back. I don't know if I can trust it though. VIVO has come back. That was a pretty big drop. You know, all the way down to 1850, right back up to 19. Bert, hello Bert. No, I mean the filters have to be met, and then there's a trigger, whatever that trigger is. So I mean, it's a real time alert. I mean, that's sort of like saying to me, you know, can you tell me, you know, give me an alert for Psalm earlier than when it made a new high for the day. I want to see it change your alert. You know, but then it's not a new high of the day. I can't know. I mean, so if you understand what I'm saying, I mean, the AI is just like any other alert window. The AI has you know a bunch of filters in place and then a trigger, some kind of a trigger. And so when the filters are met and the trigger happens, then you get a real time alert. So you can't know ahead of time if it's going to happen. I'm looking at a couple of alerts today right now. So, you know, had an alert for NKLA. That's pretty early. You know, NKLA right at 1608. What did it get up to? 1828 before it's pulled back. Liberty had the alert here. That's pretty early. I'm just saying it's an alert window with a lot of extra filters in place. Yeah, because if you saw the AI alerts, there are a lot of filters in place. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Somebody is saying, I just saying maybe this is a WSB. So I don't know. I mean, you know, the short float is high, so it meets that requirement, I guess. But I certainly don't know if it is. I don't know anymore. You know, I just don't know. I mean, you know, we can't start to. I mean, I don't want to speculate that every time a stock makes a crazy move and it has, well, I mean, a short float of 10%. That's not huge. We can't we can't think that is, you know, every single one of them is a Wall Street Bets stock. So there's your answer. Okay, guys, hold on. Rocket. There it is. We know this is a Wall Street bet stock. At least it was. You know, it was here this day. So RKT starting to move. Oh, there it goes. I mean, I can't chase it, but the 200-day moving average is right up here, 2162. So that's far enough away. Best case scenario, it rests just a little bit and then starts to move on some more volume. Best case scenario for somebody like me who's not in it yet. For somebody who's in it, you're saying no rest, no rest, just keep going. I really haven't seen Clover today. I mean, it's had a decent day. I mean, it's in only 10%. Definitely a Wall Street bet stock. All right, guys. Ooh, this is one of those SPACs. Okay, look at this thing moving here. CLII, Climate Change Crisis Real Impact Acquisition Corp. It's a mouthful. And they're looking to EV go. So this is an EV play. Okay, look at this thing moving. I do know what you mean though, Bert. I mean, sometimes you might see an alert from the AI and it's already put in a big move. I do understand what you're saying. I'm just looking at a few today, the ones that worked, and they were fairly early alerts. Number one, but I do know what you're saying. But yeah, there's no way to there's no way to know what the alert's going to be ahead of time. All the filters have to be satisfied, and whatever the trigger is triggers, and then you get that real-time alert. It's the same question we get. I get a lot of, we have an alert here. At least I saw it. I don't know where I saw it first for CLII. But obviously, sure. Would you like to see the alert here at 1140 or 1164 before it hits here? You can construct any scan to show you this. Okay. Now this may not be a great example, but you can show any scan to show you this. The problem is that you may see a lot of other stocks that do this and then don't keep doing this. So, there's always this it's a fine line between, you know, the values you like. First of all, the filters that you use, but then the filter values. Because now this, in this particular case, the relative volume is 3. I don't know what it was here. It's very possible that, you know, because most of my scans have a minimum of say 3 for a relative volume. So consequently, you know, this one would not show up until right here. And you might say, well, why do you do that? Why don't you put the relative volume at 2 or at 1 so you see this one? I can do it, but then I may see 10 others that will distract me that don't do this. Okay, so there's always this, you know, give and take. And, you know, when you see something like this and you miss it down here, you just have to say, you know what, you just gotta let it go. Because there's so much action that I don't get so upset about, you know, the odd one that I miss, or I would have liked to have seen it early. Well, there's the rocket right through 20 now. So a lot of times what can happen is that you'll see something, let's take a look at that one before, the CLII. And you might say, okay, man, I've missed it. Completely I've missed it because I had to get it here. Well, what can happen with a lot of these, though, is that this could start to rest a bit and then have another huge move. So yeah, so you get the alert and you see it and you go, ah, man, I wish I'd seen it here. But then it starts to rest a bit. You put a price alert a little bit above. It pops through. If it pops through in volume, you look left to see how much room it's got. So yeah, maybe you missed the first move, but it doesn't mean that the overall move is over. So this is William, this is a potential short for you, I think. I tell Zach that too, but he doesn't hear me. Just for fun, how many are shortable at IB? Actually, you're right. You know, there's only 3,000 available at IB. So it's not like there are a lot. That might be a good thing. Boy, this AMC doesn't look like it's quite over yet. I like that, this bottoming tail right there. Oh, I see what happened here. Remember I was showing how you can take a pullback play for a stock? So it actually took this U1 right here. I never, obviously I should be out of that. If I'm paying attention, this is in the simulator. Well, this is fascinating, guys. I'm reading about MUDs. You know, MUDs definitely bore the wrath of the AMC investors yesterday. So look what it's saying here. So first of all, why MUD shares are, well, they're rebounding today, but why they fell yesterday. So when it was found out that they dumped all their AMC shares almost immediately and really slammed the company, the Reddit boys got together, and normally they buy, but they started to short the heck out of this, causing. But also there is a rival. As a new NFT company was launched by Fanatics. So it's a rival to Top. So again, MUD's a SPAC is taking Top's public. So now they have a rival. You too, Thomas. Good eve to you. Boy, this one is a kind of free fall. KURA. Well, guys, Kirk continues down after earnings yesterday. Here's the reaction to earnings yesterday. Continues down. Kirk. Okay, my alerts have dried up. I've got nothing happening right now for me. All right, guys, I'm going to take a little break here. I'm going to be back at about 2:15. I'll be right back. And yes, I took the bulletin board. I did take BlackBerry. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, you know what? I just had enough. little pullback right there for BlackBerry. That little pullback right there in the 15-minute. Why I really liked it is that it is the one. Well, I don't know if it's the only one, but it was one of the WSB stocks that really didn't drop that much. So it looked like, okay, maybe they're just, they're not going to chase every one of them anymore, but it looked like they wanted to pile into this one. So took it, scalping it. I'm not going to hold it or anything like that. But even AMC is coming back. So how do you put a blue and orange volume bar in an alert or filter? Are you talking about here? You're talking about on our charts? Yeah, so you want to know how to get the colors, or like, I'm not sure I know what you mean. Well, I still have some left, but I'm not holding. Really what I mean is I'm not holding this one. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, you can try the volume 1 minute. I mean, that's one of the filters we've got. Try it. Ah, I was looking to short this one. Just a second here. So you can try the volume 1 minute. That's probably not a bad one. Okay. Volume 1 minute percent, volume 5, volume 10. Here's the 15-minute. So you can have it very, very. You can have it like in some of mine. My momentum one, I have it like 1,000% on the volume 1 minute. So you normally would see a big volume bar. Okay. So you can experiment. If you want it on the 15, then you'll have to put like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 500%, which means that it's looking at past volume bars and it has to be extraordinary. Bert, yes, I do remember you, of course. Real Spirit, yes. Oh, nice to see you here. So, can it take out 15? Can it take out 15? That is the key, and if it does somehow take out 15, the next high looking left is 1554, I believe. Yeah, 1554. So I mean, it's a bit of a pullback right now. And again, I am not looking at this the same way as the AMC. I think, they're not going to, well, in my opinion anyway, they're not going to get a hold of this like they got a hold of the AMC. Thank you, Joe and Bert. I do appreciate those comments. Dish. Okay, let's take a look at Dish, what it is doing. Yeah, big volume. Look at the volume. So again, Gordon, I mean, if you had this would show up on a bunch of them, on the 2 minute, 1 minute volume burst, 5 minute, 15 minute. And if you're going to ask me what percentage to put in, I don't know. You'll have to experiment. Let me bring up one. Let me just bring up from my home page. I'm going to take a look at the momentum up. And I think I'll be able to show you what I'm talking about. Just waiting for an alert to happen. Typically when I get an alert from this window for the momentum up, because here are, and you can have that, I mean, it's one of the ones I'm sharing, but you can see the last volume, the last minute, 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 300% of normal. I mean, those are, that usually, I mean, is it 100%, is it foolproof? No. But I mean, usually it's going to show you a significant volume bar. Come on, BlackBerry. Okay, why not? Just put a little price alert just over 15. Okay, you can short once it gets over 15, but you do not short before then. Okay? So Anand, so talking about Beyond, so you have to understand why Beyond Meat went up. This is one of those Wall Street bet stocks, okay? So, obviously they were catching a hold of it again, but this was the reason why the move went up, big short float. So they've caught it again. It's through the 200-day moving average. So I mean that is why it's moving higher. So, I mean, will they keep moving it higher? I mean, that's the $1 million question. All right, I think you hear a little. Somebody wants food in the background, so just just give me a moment, please. Well, I mean, be careful in that, you know, when if they just stop, if they lose interest, you know, this could just drop again. So just have to be aware. You know, I don't follow the news. I mean, I do follow news. In the pre-market, I always look to see, you know, try to figure out, okay, why is the stock moving, etc. For these ones, though, you really have to know why the stocks are moving. And, you know, all of a sudden, if they just decide, decide, well, you know what, we don't want to follow this one anymore, then all of a sudden the buying just drops and that's it. No, I mean, I'm not saying Beyond Meat can't have other news on its own, of course. So you see that volume burst right there, Gordon, for BRFS. See that volume right there, and that came from the momentum scanner, as an example. Also on the 5. So this is what I'm talking about. See BRFS. Now here is the bug. You see, I cannot, unless I do this. And there's, you know, you can see right there. Look at the volume here. I mean, it's not like that volume, but compared to the previous 2-minute candles, look at the volume. Okay, so that's what that is trying to find you. Okay, so Arnand, you can have my layout. Okay, all you have to do is this. Just give me a moment. I'll get my link in. Okay, so I just typed in my homepage link. When you click on it, this is what you'll see right here. One of the sections is my scans right here. And you click here, and up at the top, here is my layout. This is the layout that I'm sharing with everybody. But, you know, I have other individual scans, you know, that are not part of the shared layout that I've created, so that you can kind of take a look. No, I just put the momentum up as an example. My gap continuation or reverse, which I love. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, so these are not part of the layout that I'm sharing, but they are individual scans that you can take a look at. So if you wanted my layout and then you wanted to add these scans, yeah, you can go ahead. Also, guys, I am one last time, because I'm so sure that today is the last day. If you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using the promo code to get 25% off, okay, so there is the promo code to use, Memorial25 for 25% off. First month only, or the entire year. So when you click on my home page, Click on my home page, and here, obviously don't use that promo, use the Memorial 25. Click on the Get Trade Ideas. And if you are unsure about trade ideas, do not take out an annual subscription, okay? You can always start off, say a monthly subscription, standard, do a purchase, ME, and all in capital letters. Okay, so there's your discount. Okay, so you would pay $88. Now, if you do like trade ideas and you thought, and within 30 days you decide, I really want to upgrade to an annual subscription, just let us know, and you'll still have use of that 25% discount. Just do it within 30 days. Now, if you don't have to, if you don't want to take an annual at any time, that's fine. You'll just go month to month. But remember, after the first month, with that discount, this is what you'll end up paying, $118 or $228. So you get the discount for the first month only. Okay? And of course, more information on my homepage. I know I always say it, but save my link. Save the link. So much information on my homepage. I mean, I don't, you can't be expected, the stock of the day, yes. The trade of the week, yes. But all my scans are here, and all the education links are here. So, instead of trying to do all this while the room is open, looking at all my scans, or looking at all the education links that we have, save my link, and then you can take a look at all this at whenever you want. All right. Shameless cheerleading, guys. Shameless. I don't care. Yeah, so Bert, when if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you just connect, with our tool, with the external linking tool, and then you are connected. And so watch what happens every time, within Interactive Brokers. So every time I click on an alert, it'll change. Oh, that's the time in sales, sorry. But the same thing with the news. Okay, same thing with the news. Same thing with the news. Well, that's interesting. Just give me a moment here. I mean, it is the same thing with the news. Well, it is the same with the news. Oh, okay, so yeah, all you have to do is make sure that the links are all the same color coded the same way, so that when it goes into your order entry, of course, this changes. Your time in sales changes if you have time in sales. But yeah, I think IB's news is great without having to so-called pay for it. I mean, you pay for it's not an additional charge for your subscription. At least I don't think it is. I mean, I don't even know what I pay for IB. BB, all right, making the end of my day sweet. Oh, I know what I had done. Okay, I had changed this little search thing. Okay, I was wondering why it wouldn't change. So this is what I was trying to say. So you see, I make the change, SLNO, I click on it, and there's your headlines for SLNO as an example. Okay? You can short away now if you want, William. I don't care. Well, you said you wanted to short over 15 for BlackBerry. Yeah, so there's, if you don't have them, these are just previous AI alerts. Okay? That's all they are. Previous AI alerts. So on this particular day, this day right there, obviously not, it was a buy. But anyway, if you right click on your chart, right click on your chart, go to properties and show AI trades. Check that. Okay? So again, yep. Oh yeah. No, no. You can see you can see the AI trades before, from days before. Absolutely. It's got nothing to do with the premium service. Go ahead, try it. Just do it. Just right click and properties and show AI trades. See if I uncheck it, they're gone. Now I just check it, and it's got nothing to do with the premium service. It's just, I mean, I'd like to have a better example, but sometimes you're going to see a buy and you say, wow, did it ever move after that? I mean, remember now, the AI gets out of every trade on the same day, but it's not designed that way. I mean, it's designed to get out every day, but it's not designed just to, sort of intraday scalping. So, I mean, in this particular case, yeah, it didn't work, but I mean, look what happened afterwards. And again, I'm not trying to suggest that every time you see a buy that, the next few candles are going to be way above. I'm not saying that, but it's just a way of sort of saying, okay, what happened after that? Not unlike the don't repeat, a little bit like the don't repeat. If you just hover over it, okay, if you hover over the buy, you see the pop up and it says strategy was a pullback long. See, so you just hover over it and then the box should pop up. So I guess what would happen is in this particular case, it was looking at a pullback, but obviously it kept going down. I mean, it pulled back, it had to buy, looking for a pullback and then a pop, but obviously, I mean, do they all work? Of course not. But look what happened. I mean, the exit was, I had a 24-cent loss. You got in, if you took it right at the point, 1137, 1113. Look where it closed though. Look where it closed, all the way down here. So, I mean, that's good money management, right? You didn't take as big a loss as you would have if you just let it run all day. BB, guys, man, oh man. Thank you. This is, maybe I will hold it. Sorry, William. I am sorry. I like to be in the opposite side of people on a trade, but I've got mouths to feed. 2 four-legged mouths to feed. You already covered? Okay, good. So I have a question from our YouTube room. Any thoughts on TI for options trading? So we don't scan options. I do have a scan that I put together filters. Actually, maybe I can ask the room. Anybody in the room who trades options using our options filters? Are you finding that it's a help? So we have the put call ratio, options volume. That is the average volume over the last 10 days, and the options volume today, put and call volume today, and then this is the key one, option volume today percent. So if I put 300% as an example, or 3 times as the ratio, 300%, and a stock has normally traded 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, for me to see that stock today, it has to trade 6,000 contracts, 3 times. Okay, so it's showing me stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Now, if that helps you trade the options, great. I don't trade the options. No, Bert, you can't. We've been working on this for a long time. Sending alerts to your cell phone, but no. Wow. I mean, guys, I had no idea. I had no idea that this was. Of course, why would I have an idea? If I knew this was going to happen, I would have phoned my banker, mortgaged the house, done everything. I just don't think it's good though, Ija. I know there's a way to set up SMS and all that sort of stuff, but I don't think it's what people really want. I think you're limited to the number of alerts perhaps and the timeliness of them. Wow. I'm glad you're out of that short. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm going to be watching. I may hold this one. I wasn't planning to hold it, but I may hold it. I mean, I've sold some out. Don't get me wrong. I've sold some out. I thought it would really stall at 15. 1554 was the next high I had to get through, and it went through that like nothing. Wow. You just had to look to see how it was trading compared to the other ones, guys. I mean, that's the only reason I got in. Remember, I was, I don't know, probably here. What time was it here? 1:45 or so. I was starting to snooze, thinking not much was going to happen for the rest of the day. Yeah, I mean, what Real is talking about. Look at the 15. Look at this, just a little bit of a pullback. I know it's not 3 bars, but a little bit of a pullback. But then look what happens when it takes this out right here, okay? And what do we see down here? We see an increasing volume right there. We see a big volume increase here. Now, granted, the volume is now starting to, well, we had the big volume increase right there, sorry. And the volume time is at 2:47, but this has got 13 minutes to close. So, I mean, we don't know what this volume bar is going to be. But look at on the 2 minute. I mean, accelerating on the 2 minutes, accelerating on the 5 minutes. You got to love it. Who cares about, well, I don't want to say it like this, but, who cares about MACD and stochastics and all these other things that people really fiddle around with? That's me. That's only me. I shouldn't say it like that. Volume and price, yes. Volume and price action. I mean, to me, that's where it's at. Don't confuse the issue with all the other types of indicators that you can use. And believe me, I tried them all. I'm not talking out of contempt for indicators or anything like that. I tried them all. And I'm not talking one at a time, multiple indicators on charts. And, I just got overwhelmed. My trading completely turned around when I just focused on volume and price action. And here's an example, isn't it real? I mean, this is through at least on my channel here, but is it, because this is a WSB stock, you can maybe throw that. I mean, listen, it may turn around, of course, but it's tougher with those stocks. On a 2 minute, maybe on a 2 minute, on a 5 minute, not quite on a 15 though. Let's just see. Yeah, so liquid, look at it. I mean, 270 million shares have traded, 550 million in the float. So it hasn't done quite the same incredibleness as AMC that traded the float. But look at the relative volume, 22. I mean, it's just, what is the relative volume for AMC? I mean, look, the relative volume is it's only 5.99. Whereas for BlackBerry, I mean, it's 22 times normal right now. Whew. Okay, guys, just to give me a moment. I'm just checking something on my other monitors. Yeah, not really, Bert, okay? I mean, listen, if I could pay a lot more attention to things like this. I would probably pay more attention to these crosses. You know, there's the ADMA crossing over the 20 SMA right there, or BlackBerry at 13. I just can't pay attention. If I could, I would probably pay attention to the crosses. Okay, the ADMA crossing either over or above the 20 SMA, and that's about it. Well, okay, the question is, you know, the AI called out NKLA today. This is my feeling. I mean, if it closes well, you know, I mean, it hit a high of 1825, so it's pulled back to 1756. If you look at it on the weekly chart, let's take a look. What has it got here? So it got up to, well, cost is now going, guys. Now cost is the one. Maybe they've switched. Crazy. So what did it get to today? It got to 1824. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 19. So I mean, you know, 1824 was the high. I mean, I guess it has a little bit of room. I think it's, I believe it was one of, I don't know if it was a Wall Street bet stock though. For me to take these sort of trades though and hold them, they have to close near the highs. They don't have to be right at the penny. But I mean, if it starts drifting down, 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 for me, it wouldn't be interesting. Yeah, so this is from TradingView, okay? So these are they're linear regression channels. So if I expand this a little bit. So the theory is that if a stock goes above this upper line, the theory is that it can revert back down. Say, well, I guess that would be the mean, okay? And if it pops down, you can see right there to the lower, it can pop back up to the mean and may keep going. So look what happened here. You know, that is the theory. I'm hoping to have these linear regression lines on our charts in the year 2030. I've been asking for them for a long time now. Well, we do have Bollinger Bands, though. We do have, so you can probably use our Bollinger Band. So again, the theory being pop above, a reversion, pop down below, a reversion, the same sort of thing. So you can add Bollinger Bands to all your charts if you want. I just like those linear regression lines. Costs. Wow. Wow, guys. I mean, this is the tougher one though of all of them, in my opinion, because of that float. 2.7 million in the float. I mean, that makes it very, very jumpy. You know, you can go up and down $5 just like that. I mean, I know AMC can do the same, but I mean, this can really do that. But look at costs. Holy smokes. So it's having a day. I mean, look, it's only 11 million shares, 9 times normal. But 11 million shares, when you say only, that's why the relative volume and the comparison to the float are key. A lot of people say, well, I only want to trade something that's trading a lot of volume. What does that really mean? I mean, 11 million shares traded with only 2.7 in the float. So it's traded the float, probably about almost like 4 times. So it's not that absolute volume. I mean, you don't want to get into something that's only trading 20 or 30,000 shares, but it's more important the relative volume. Look at Facebook. I mean, does it matter that Facebook has traded 8 million shares? Who cares? 2.3 in the float. Not even trading normally. I mean, it's 0.63. Who cares? The reason I say this, I know that get off my soapbox, but because as a few people say to me, I want to see the volume leaders. What does that mean? Who cares about a stock, how much is traded? If it's not abnormal, then it really doesn't matter. Wow, guys, 2:58. I think I'm shutting it down. I'm weary. So I'm going to just get the script together. Oh, I have it already. Okay, I'll just put this in here. Closing the room at 3 o'clock. So those that aren't listening to me know that that's what's happening. What a day is right. Holy smokes, what a day. Who knows what tomorrow brings? All right, guys, that is it. Thanks a lot for all of the help. And don't forget that promo code. I keep saying it, but I think it's definitely gone tomorrow. So have a great evening, everybody, and we shall see you tomorrow.